Well, when we last left our band of adventurers, going by the title Roses Are Red, they had just dropped a large treant who had been corrupted by some sort of red glowing shard that Bort removed from its shoulder. Doing so in penance of the slaying of a poor, innocent elven warden, thereby commuting Mirok and Bort's execution sentences. And we abruptly ended after going late last session, immediately upon the falling or felling of the treant, who now lay somewhat dormant in the orchard floor in the center of, hold on, got information on this. Somewhere. In the Jardin Viatage, in the center of the city of Solomon.
I don't think anyone should touch that red shard, but I'd sure like to know what it is if our magic people want to go look at it.
Yeah, I look at it a little closer. I already started some detecting magic on it earlier, I think, but I don't think I got much off of it. I can't remember.
So Bort's holding it.
Oh,
It's
right.
stuck on my dagger, right?
No, it's in your hands.
It's in my hand.
And I did detect evil off of it.
Yeah. Do you still have the detect alignment spell up?
Didn't really say either way.
That lasts a while, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. So yeah, now taking some time to take a look around. You're seeing like the faint like remnants of an evil aura, dissipating off of the treant. You're seeing it's a little difficult to differentiate, but you can, with some effort, differentiate the evil aura coming from Bort, which is very, very weak, and the aura coming from the shard, which is very, very strong.
All right. Were we told?
You're probably not sure if the evil aura coming from Bort is an effect of the shard.
Right.
You would have had no previous knowledge of.
I'm just gonna think the best of him and assume that's the issue.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sounds accurate. Yeah.
Yeah. Were we told to destroy this or bring this back? I'm asking.
You were told nothing about this shard.
Oh. Could you describe it a little better now that he's got it off?
It is, it's appears to be somewhat crystalline in nature. It's slightly luminescent in this low red tone. It's maybe about the size of a pear. Though it is pointy on both ends. Though it looks like one end draws to a longer point than the other, like a teardrop shape, but the rounded end of the teardrop still comes to somewhat of a point.
Right.
Well,
cool.
Our blood-covered nude witch is going to have a field day with this thing, boys.
I don't know if we're gonna be allowed to keep it.
I cast detect magic on the object. Do I see it exhibiting an aura, and what kind of aura?
It does detect as magic. Can you give me a spellcraft check, please?
Well, certainly. 21?
21 total?
Yes.
Okay, so it is giving off a demonic aura and a strong evocation aura.
Y'all, this thing could explode. I would think it's giving off an aura of evocation magic, and seems to be rather demonic. I think we'd be very careful with the handling of it. Perhaps put it in a magical encasement, such as a handy haversack or bag of holding.
Can you tell if it was put there by the Viridian Mist or one of her accomplices?
As of yet, that is unknown.
Yokai, as you say that, Mirok is gonna pull you over and remind you that you have 2 hit points and I have 5, and then I'm gonna cast Cure Critical Wounds on myself, and I'm gonna cast Cure Medium Wounds on or Moderate Wounds on you. I don't think I did either of those in combat last round.
No.
So
I think we smuggle this thing out of here and lie to these fucking elves and go find out what's the deal with it.
Hold on, Bort.
That
Considering-
would be a great idea if it wasn't such a bad idea.
Considering what we just went through with the whole trial thing, we did a very good thing for them, right? Just like killing the dragon. And stealing it, well, it would be a comparatively minor act. It seems as though they can still consider the motives behind minor acts and would persecute you if they were to find out. So before we get too crazy, let's just go ahead and tell them what we found.
Well, okay, when you put it like that, it seems reasonable.
Just to let you guys know, Godric comes up and lays on hands both Mirok and Saruk. Mirok, you're healed for 25, and Saruk, you're healed for 15.
Aaron, you healed for 16 points of I'm sorry, not 16, 14 points of damage.
All right, so I'm at 16 points.
That's
Because you said Saruk, right? You did not say Juro.
Yokai. I meant Yokai. I'm sorry. Saruk didn't take any damage during that
Yeah.
fight.
You said 24?
15.
25.
Yeah. Okay. 15 from Godric to Yokai and 25 to Mirok.
Okay.
You healed for a total of 29, Aaron.
Just so you know, I'm using 2 charges from my wand on myself.
Selfish bastard.
Just so you know, I was invisible the whole time and still casting spells, so I'm fine. I don't say that in character, hence no voice.
Wow, that flaming tree really fucked you guys up. I barely got a scratch on me.
Was it the charge that got everybody?
Yeah, that charge nearly killed me. Bort, closer you are to danger, the farther you are from harm, buddy.
It's true. The eye of the hurricane. Well, I hold up the burning shard of shit. Let's go give this to these goody two-shoes and get the hell out of here.
Let's do it.
Indeed. Let's put it in a bag.
No,
Yeah.
I'm just going to hand it to him. Let's show him.
Oh.
If we're handing it over, let's just hand it over.
As long as you're the one holding it, I'm fine with that.
Was there writing on it, did you say?
No.
No writing at all?
Nope.
Okay. Yeah, I'm okay. Give it up. I don't want that thing.
Okay, let's go give it to him. I'm holding it up like this, just like in one hand.
Yeah, because I'm assuming they're actually pretty close by anyway.
Yeah. So who has a handy haversack? Let's put it in there and let's go there.
No, I'm carrying it out.
You want? Okay, cool.
I'm carrying it out. Got it in my left hand. I'm holding it up just like at, arm's length, just victorious.
Yeah.
Let's
Dan.
go. Let's go give it to these elves.
Okay. So you begin out of the orchard.
Damn. I want to say before we leave, can I do a heal check on the treant?
Sure.
Cool. D20.
And Dakuta, did you do any shaping on me, or am my face still smashed in and everything?
Last I knew, you were in pretty good shape. Oh,
No, they're two different things. My hit points and what I look like.
right.
26, Dan.
I didn't know you got smashed up real good.
Oh
Fuck.
yeah, I was almost smashed to death.
I don't have that spell right now. I don't think, unless was that the same day? Maybe I do.
I'm
No, I don't.
asking so I know what I look like. That's the main reason I'm asking.
You still have the hat of disguise.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
26.
So to answer your question, Mirak, you can tell that your heal check is kind of difficult because it's a plant. It doesn't have the metabolism as most things that you do checks on. You don't. Do you have knowledge nature?
Ooh, no.
Okay. So you can tell that it is regenerating. As opposed, it's not decaying. So you're pretty sure it's not dead, but it's not breathing. It's not moving. But yeah, you're getting a specific sense that this is it's alive, but unconscious.
I
Or-
could help them with that check since we're going to be given a report. Well, they'll probably come and check themselves anyway.
Yeah, I think main thing is I just didn't want to walk out and then they're like, oh,
Yeah.
well, it died. So you fucking. Cool. That's all I want to know. I'm good to go.
Okay. Cool. So you leave the Jardin Viatige, and head back out the northern exit from which you entered. And standing there is the captain of the wardens, and as well as Aelorn and Grebzedrin. And you see that there's also that little girl that was with Aelorn before has seemed to return to his side.
Okay.
Hey there, elves. Look what I found.
Okay.
And I hold out the thing.
Who are you
There
holding
is.
it out to?
Huh?
Who are you holding it out to?
Who was the snarkiest elf to me who has given me the highest hat in the courtroom?
Well, you're not seeing the only person you're seeing from the courtroom is Aelorn, who was very, helpful to you. Though you are seeing the captain of the the head of the wardens, who
Oh
was,
yeah.
He was he wasn't the friendliest person to you.
It's true. So I hold it out to him and I say, I pulled this burning piece of evil shit out of your favorite tree in there. Can I trade it to you for that shiny shirt?
He his expression goes from sort of curiosity with a hint of surprise, to immediate disdain and derision when you mention trading it for the armor, and he reaches out and yanks the shard from your hand and says, "Absolutely fucking not."
I believe I was correct. Trial by combat. Who's right? Who's wrong? I won. I'm alive. The thing's dead. Here's your shit. I'm the guy.
I roll a bluff check of 19, and I go, ha 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 ha, the nuances of orcish humor. Oh, what a fun jest we've all just received from our good friend Bort, a comedian known throughout his lands. I understand that it might seem crass to those not used to orcish humor, but I am sure that he considers you close to kin.
Stop. Okay. This is like, so, you know, there's a very quick reaction here in a series of events that happen before Largo goes on to another monologue. So you offer this shard in trade. He says, absolutely not. And he grabs it out of your hand, and Largo springs into this attempt to calm the situation. And the several of you who have very high perception checks hear a sizzling sound, like a hissing sound. And the guard goes, now, and throws the thing on the ground, and you can see scorch marks across his hand from touching the shard.
Oh, did you
heal him.
burn yourself, bud?
Oh,
Guard getting visibly aggravated reaches down for his sword.
Step back.
And then Aelorn casts a spell. Bort, please make a will save.
10.
Okay, you are silenced. And Aelorn kind of, nods away from Bort, kind of suggest, like, predominantly to Dakuta and to Largo, like, let's get out of the radius of this.
right.
And,
So
sidesteps a few steps away from Bort, and says, your friend needs to be quiet.
that seemed to do the trick.
I understand, but
You look back over, and Bort has a smug look on his face as the guard captain is, pointlessly having a tirade towards him. Perhaps taking advantage of the fact that it's silenced and just kind of getting some shit off of his chest.
Yeah.
And the shard is sitting on the ground, kind of, 5 or 10 feet away from the two of them.
I'm going to mage hand pick it up and bring it over by Aelorn and say, do you know where this came from?
So Aelorn casts Detect Magic, examines it, casts Identify, takes a further look at it, looks back up at you and says, from the abyss, I assume.
scary shit.
You're explaining why it had such an adverse effect on Kree, and why it burned our illustrious warden over there. I won't delve further into the ramifications of why the orc was so easily managing it.
It's his strong orcish blood and thick hide. I think, as I
Mhm.
wink.
I'm not as easily swayed as many of the other inhabitants of this city, young gnome.
Have there been any other demonic situations around the city? It seems odd that this would happen right in the middle of Solomon.
Well, we lost contact with the Ent Lord. Well, I wouldn't say our communications broke down with the Ent Lord about a decade and a half ago. I understand that that's probably a long time for most of you to think that something wrong is going on, but people around here tend to have a fairly long view of things, and it wasn't really an immediate concern. So there was a lot of hope that it would just blow over, that he was in a bad mood, of some sort, and it would come to an end of its own.
Do you have a theory as to the source of this corrupted shard and how it ended up with your guardian?
I do not. Not strong one. There's a few dozen suppositions I can make. But there are 100,000 plus individuals in this city, and this orchard is basically the home to all of our construction materials and what keeps our city alive and growing as it has for the millennia. So there's more than ample opportunity that perhaps someone of power in this city, either living or long dead, had pissed off some extraplanar entity that wanted to impart some sort of revenge. I mean, an investigation can take place, but that was not the trial that was set upon you. So I'm sure that we will start looking into it.
Who should we give this to?
I would have to confer. Think of me more as a liaison for you, and less as an individual of political power or authority.
So we should take it back.
I've sort of stepped down from any sort of authority. So yes, once you can convince your orc-blooded friend to mind his P's and Q's, then perhaps you can go and speak with the authorities, and they can tell you how they'd like you to proceed.
I roll a diplomacy, 22, and say, Aelorn, thank you. I take his hand. Thank you so much for everything you have done for us.
Well, do come see me before you leave the city.
We shall. Let's get this moving. Let's get this back.
At about that point, the silence drops, and the guard captain is continuing a tirade in Elvish that is suddenly audible.
Uh-huh.
And once it becomes audible, he stops and looks around and says, "You will accompany me back to the temple of the of Cyrilia. There, the judgment will be finalized, and you will be allowed freedom to leave."
And the parade.
I say to Bort, Achtash du mach eled, which in Orcish means soothe the blister on your cock.
I give Largo the double thumbs up, and I say, "Yeah, well, let me get that." And I reach down and I pick up the stone, and I just sort of, discreetly, I hold it more like kind of a football here being returned, and as we walk past the guard, I kind of give him one of these, like I don't even look at him, kind of like, yeah. And give Largo a little wink.
I say, Ojwal Janfuni, which in Orcish means But I do understand that we would all be dead without you. It's a phrase, so that's why it's so
Ah.
short. It's like an idiom.
Yeah.
Did you learn Orcish?
Level 5?
Okay.
I haven't figured out a backstory as to how I know that, but I do.
Cool.
Oh yeah, because my past, because I need to learn Orcish so that I can
Mhm.
destroy. Yeah.
Mhm.
Destroy.
All right, so a High Warden Coretta, which is I've lost my index card with all these names on it. High Warden Coretta leads you back to the to the to the
Temple.
West District, the West Quarter, which houses the Mysterium. You notice that there is maybe half of the guard that was surrounding you when you came out this way. So there is some sense of trust, or at least something has improved here. And you get back into the Mysterium. He leads you back into the Temple of Cerelia, and he informs you all. I will summon the Arbiter, the High Priest of the Temple, and you won't be seeing the Cerilius again. His job to oversee the trial is over, but you will speak with the Arbiter. And everyone give me a let's make this a sense motive now. Make it a perception check, modified by intelligence instead of wisdom.
20.
10.
3.
31.
Not that good. So
And what's the name of this temple?
Temple of Cerelia.
28.
Okay. So Yokai and Dakuda, you both noticed that when he was talking to Bort out in the, on the street, he had a thick Elvish accent, but he has no accent here in the courthouse. You only heard him speak Common in the courthouse prior to that moment, just before speaking to Bort. So it's kind of odd. Dakuda, you have enough, both arcane knowledge and familiarity with the local town. While you were never a big fan of Cerelia, and you probably didn't visit this temple very often, you're now beginning to understand that there's probably some sort of a ubiquitous enchantment in this building that affects language. So there's a possibility, you're assuming that it's either something like everybody in the building is affected by tongues, or everybody in the building is affected by comprehend languages. So probably speaking Elvish, and most of you are in Common because it's the common language you speak.
All right.
And when you're thinking about that, you begin to hear him speak in Elvish. Because now you're kind of more expecting him to speak in Common, because that would be what everybody here would understand.
Mm-hmm.
Now that you're kind of mentally putting the pieces together here, you're hearing him in Elvish, which makes more sense for you and makes more sense for him. And
Gotcha.
very
Very
well.
cool.
Yokai, you're also feeling like there's probably some magic in this place that's changing the way people speak and are making it easier for you to understand them. But without the arcane background, you really don't have all of that, all the stuff that the Kuda got out of that. And I'll say, Largo, you probably also get, there's magic here that's translating. Yours is fine.
Yalath meth Ireland Kaila with war. Which means cool, this shit's great. Can you understand what I'm saying?
They're like, yeah, dude.
Interesting. Interesting.
All right.
I also just remembered that I didn't give anyone an Elvish accent from the last session. So, but it also makes a lot of sense that this temple makes language a not barrier. It wouldn't be very fair to try people in languages they don't understand.
Right.
So, you're brought into the main section of the temple where the trial was held, and the High Warden leaves back out through the entrance. You're waiting there for a few moments before the arbiter enters the chamber, or the main hall of this temple, and addresses you and says, "How you're all still alive, and you're not escorted by the High Warden. I assume that means you carried out the sentence successfully?"
Yes.
Your elfness, I say respectfully, while winking at Largo. I have took this hot piece of rock out of your big tree, and I want to give it to you as a token of my esteem, and here you go. Don't touch it, it's hot. It burned your pal.
I'll mage hand it out of there and tell them that it has a demonic presence on it that's, scorching people if they have some good way to handle it.
Do you have a good way to handle it?
I was hoping you weren't going to ask this. Yeah, we have Bort.
I'm good at touching hot things.
I'm rolling a diplomacy because this is not a lie, and that's a 29 when I say the following. Our orcish friend has the hot, evil blood of orcs running through him. As you might understand, is a byproduct of his lineage. And maybe part of a reason why your culture seems to have encountered a rift with his people.
You went really wide with it there right at the end.
I've gathered some confidence.
That's all good and well. How would you consider taking care of this item as an extended act of goodwill towards the people of Solomon?
Well, it's interesting that you mentioned that, because I was kind of thinking maybe we'd take it with us.
We have a companion who is well versed in magical objects, particularly those that are extraplanar, that might see a lot of information here, information that we could relay to you. And he's just down the many roads in.
He lives in our basement. So we got to take it back to our big house.
The details of this are not really any of my concern. I'm only asking that you dispose of it in a safe way outside the realm of Solomon.
Incredibly
So
fair.
you won't be mad if we take the hot, shiny rock.
I will not be displeased if you remove the artifact of demonic power from our city. No.
Artifact.
Wonderful
And
news.
because we took it out of your tree, I'm no longer in trouble.
For the moment, no.
And if we ever have to come back, you're not going to like, clap them in irons and throw them in the pokey.
Depends on the circumstances of your return.
Well,
Seems fair.
but
I-
just being out there, I'm not going to run into another guy like your boy out there and they're going to be all like, oh, he's that guy, and try and like jump me.
He turns to Largo and says, "Do you know if there is a saying in Orcish that comes to the meaning of like to quit when you're ahead?"
As much as I understand why you would say that, you
I know
must
Orcish.
understand the extreme respect that I have for this man when I say the following. And I look at Bort and I say, Ach Nile, Bichwadi, which means shut the fuck up.
I give Largo a big
Will
wink
confirm.
and run a tongue over one of my tusks, saying, like a knowing kind of, gotcha.
Yeah, and when you say that, everybody just hears it in common.
Yeah.
Correct.
I think we get the fuck out of this town and go find that dragon horde.
Well, I bet.
Yeah.
I bet Dakuda wants to say goodbye to his people.
He already did. He's gone.
We were asked to stop by before we left.
Right. My bad.
Well,
Mirak is going to thank the Arbiter and ask if we are completed here. We'd like to finish up our business in Solomon and make our way out of their territory.
Yes, your business here in the temple is concluded. I will take you back out front and inform the High Warden that you are free to leave under your own volition.
Cool.
So
Are we free to hit like store or the shops and stuff here, or are we kind of being led to the entrance kind of thing?
well, right now the Arbiter he's just here to finalize the sentencing.
Gotcha.
He's dotting the T's and crossing the I's or whatever on all of the the paperwork of your sentence.
Gotcha.
So he's just walking you back out. Anything, as soon as you're out of this temple, you're outside of his responsibility.
Gotcha. Cool.
He takes you out of the temple, and he moves to address the High Warden. And the rest of you notice that there are two faces that you recognize from the court, your trial, who seem to be standing there with a small entourage, their eyes fixed on your party. And these are the Prince and Princess Nisandwe. So the Arbiter goes to the High Warden, speaks in Elvish, says their sentence has been fulfilled. They're free to go. And the High Warden says, shall I escort them off out of the city? And at that point, the prince says, if you don't mind, I'd actually like to have, well, we would like to have some words with them.
We are so popular right now.
With good reason.
Mhm.
So anybody who understands Elvish can understand all of this that's
Yep.
being said. This is all in Elvish. And
I'm gonna cast comprehend on myself.
Are we not still in the temple?
No, you're outside the temple at this point.
Okay.
So the marshal or the High Warden turns to the Arbiter, says, just here's a look. The Arbiter gives a shrug and shakes his head, and the High Warden bows to the prince and princess and says, at your leisure. And then if you need anything, have a warden inform me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wasn't speaking to you. Speaking to the prince and princess.
Don't understand much Elvish. You'll have to apologize for
Just
my
nodding
gauche
and
remarks.
smiling.
And
Tell them they'll have to apologize.
We did great.
the High Warden and most of the guards that encircled you as you were traversing from the orchard to the Temple of Cerilius, they leave. Leaving you with Prince and Princess Nasandwe, who approach and give nods. They seem to wait for a second, and then realizing that none of you are going to observe proper courtly behavior, continue anyway. We wanted to thank you personally for the service you did to the city of Solomon. There's also another matter that we were wondering if you might be inclined to help us with.
What is the nature of this matter?
The private nature.
Can you tell me again who they represent?
So real quick, the government of Solomon is 12 houses
Mhm.
of nobles, each have a prince and a princess as representatives, and then from those are selected a lord and lady who are basically the prime ministers of the city. So these are Prince and Princess Nasandwe from the House Nasandwe.
Yeah, they're one of the few that are actually like married, right?
Yes, they are the couple.
Well,
Give me perception checks.
God.
Was there something in our story already that they were involved with? I couldn't
Yeah.
remember.
Natural
Nice.
20.
15.
29.
32.
27. We're all very perceptive right now here.
Okay,
Like nothing's getting away from us.
Mirak, what does that bring you to?
32.
32. Okay. What did Yokai get?
Only a 19.
So Mirak, paired with your knowledge of anatomy, physiology, and that you are heavily depending upon your hearing right now as opposed to just your eyesight, you do a sort of auditory double take on hearing the speech from the princess. The octave is a little low.
What?
And getting within visual range for you and taking a good hard look, you're fairly certain that the princess is, hard to tell, but is a man.
Finkel is Einhorn. Okay. I pocket that information, and to the prince and princess, I say, if this is a private matter, should we retire somewhere else to discuss it?
I roll a diplomacy check as I say the following. 27. Perhaps dinner,
Dinner sounds.
as we are famished. And I must say, I've always been a fan of elven cuisine.
Well, we would rather have this conversation sooner. So perhaps an early lunch.
Perfect. Oh, you read my mind. It's like you read my mind.
It's perhaps as though I read the clock.
I've just battled a treant. I know not what time it is.
Well, perhaps then we can retire to one of the inns in the North Quarter. We will acquire for you some rooms.
Oh, thank
I
you.
think we're all amenable to that. Thank you. Do we
I
follow
will.
them?
I'm going to go get some ice cream, and I'll be right back.
All right. So they begin walking ahead of you, and their entourage sort of join, circles, semicircles around them as they lead you back towards the North Quarter. Are any of you attempting to speak with them on the way?
I'm just trying to think of if I have any relevant questions to them.
I check and see if Uhtred has any ale,
Going to
and if he does, I drink it.
Might come in hot. I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna inquire about local politics. What are the things they're dealing with, like, council minutes, etc.
I don't have local, but do I know anything specific about them since I'm from this town?
Give me just a straight intelligence check.
I rolled a 4, so it's a 9. So, nope.
No. You've
Animal-
never been a fan of court and all all that stuff. You've been focused on magic most of
Yeah.
your life.
Not really into politics.
I ask one. So, got any favorite trees in this city?
Oh my god.
Okay.
It's-
For the most part, it was the prince that was addressing you guys when speaking. The princess only basically sort of added on, yeses and nods and sort of like agreeing with her husband. So who are you addressing, Mirok?
I'm gonna be talking to the prince initially, and I'm gonna be inquiring about their structure of government, prince and princesses, and littering in an occasional apology for not knowing. But it seems you two are married. Are you from the same house? Do you marry within your house? How did you two meet?
Okay. All right. Well, he starts off. You ask questions about the basic understanding of governance here, and he begins explaining that to you. Meanwhile, Bort, I guess, sidles up to the princess and asks her about her favorite tree.
I do.
Okay. And she says, oh, absolutely. There is so many trees here that I absolutely adore. One is on the estate, and it is beautiful. Weeping willow. and it's magnificent. It spreads out across a huge portion of the garden, and in the spring, it blossoms, and she just goes on and on. And like, she's got a list of like 7 trees that she's gonna.
Hmm.
And Mirak, you kind of like clocking this to the side as you're listening to him explain, the houses, and you get to where you're asking him, and he's like, oh no, we married fairly young before I was a prince, and she is from another noble house. Um, she is from. One second. Uh, she's from the house Harath.
Farath.
Harath. Harath. But we were wed when we were still quite young. She has spent the majority of her life in House Nasandwe. And it was only 30 or 40 years ago that she was made princess. I had been prince for about a century.
Mm-hmm. And now, how did you two meet if you met at such a young age? And I'm assuming young is not what I would perceive it to be.
I was about 115ish. She was around 80, 85.
Mm-hmm.
So still quite a young woman. But actually, he doesn't use the word woman. Yeah, still quite a young person. But it was love, and it was a good marriage for political reasons as well. So our families both appreciated it.
Yeah, I was about to ask, how do your families get on? Because I know that can be a tumultuous thing even in Dwarven culture. I can't imagine Elven culture with your meals.
Well, the marriage was 160 years ago. At the time, it was quite a positive. But as she has drawn further and further away from House Harath and become more and more a member of Nasandwe, Harath is a little less appreciative. And there have been several other incidents and goings on in the time intervening. Our relationship between the two houses is not as good as it was.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Well, it's nothing terrible. It's all political. No one's trying to kill each other.
I laugh exactly like I just did. Okay, that's kind of all the questions I had for them.
Do you know of the House of the Ivory Crane?
He looks over his shoulder and addresses Yokai. Yes, it's one of the Nokiri dynasties, isn't it?
Yes. Founded by members of your clans, I imagine.
Well, all elves come from Solomon, so I'm sure at some point, yes, but far detached.
What houses, if any, still maintain contacts with the Nokiri?
To be honest, Solomon is fairly isolationist, and being that all travel to and from Nokiri generally takes place across water, we have very little diplomatic relations with that empire.
Oh yeah, trees. Yeah, keep telling me about your trees that you like.
I feel like you walked into your own personal hell with that one.
An enormous Elith aspen that grows in the south quarter, in the center of the quarter, and it is so majestic. And in the winter, when the needles all grow white, it is a beauty to behold. And it's just on and on and on. And on.
Yeah, I have one more question for the prince. I just wanted to ask, as we're going to lunch, and I'm unfamiliar with elven culture, and I've already made mistakes in interacting with elves, what are some taboos within your society that I should know about and know to avoid when I'm in Solomon?
He smiles and he says, "Well, the first thing you should do when you are entering or visiting Solomon, be an elf.
Huh?
Don't be an orc, and don't be."
You've got a wry wit, sir.
Well,
Gnomes are fun. You can be a gnome.
I'm being as honest with you as I can be, Master Dwarf.
I appreciate it. I walk in contented silence.
He says, "Oh, and additionally, do not kill any of the local law enforcement."
I've learned my lesson there. Believe you me.
I'm gonna roll a sense motive if I could with that, to see if he just think that that's like a funny thing to say and he doesn't really give a fuck about us killing the warden. But I rolled a 1 on the die, so I'm gonna go ahead and never mind that. But maybe I could telepathically be like, hey, we should know if this guy like doesn't care that we killed a warden.
Why?
I mean, he seems to be. It's a very dry jest.
Just because like it would be nice to know that like not all elves thought that we totally fucked up.
We save their tree. They're probably gonna put up statues when we leave.
That's fair.
So you eventually make it to, where is it? L'Arbre Blanc, which is the inn that is immediately next to the entrance of the city in the North Quarter. So when you first came here, this is the first building you saw when you entered the city, before the whole thing with the dragon. And this is a rather massive inn that pretty much caters to all travelers coming into or out of the city. It is the only inn in the city that allows non-elven, what do you call it, tenants or renters. Guests, that's the word I was looking for, guests. So he goes in, one of the entourage goes and addresses the innkeeper, and you see a flurry of movement as the innkeeper grabs like 3 or 4 attendants, and they all rush up a flight of stairs and start preparing an area. Looks like a private dining area or something. But they're in a significant hurry to do this for an extremely illustrious guest. And the innkeeper comes up directly and bows deeply to the prince and princess and speaks in Elvish. It is an honor and a pleasure to have you here. Please, whatever you may desire, blah, 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 blah. Goes on and on, gushing. It seems very formal, very, sincere with an amount of caution and fear. And at that point, he leads you up the stairs. He leads the prince and princess and their entourage up the stairs, and you follow and into this private dining area, which is a rather large dining hall, seats maybe 20 people. And the prince says, bring out your finest brunch. looks at the rest of you guys and says, let's say portions enough to feed 30.
Oh, thank you so much.
This is all in Elvish, so I don't know.
Never mind. Or is Orcish the language that is very close to Elvish?
No, that's Dwarven. Dwarven and Orcish are very
Okay, yeah, all right, never mind.
And at that point, the innkeeper leaves. And
Wait, I'm sorry, can I interrupt? I feel I'm not trying to steer anybody wrong, but as if Uhtred might grab this guy on the way out to make sure the ale was on the way. I'm not trying to be obtrusive, but I just imagine something like that happening.
Yeah, sure. Uhtred kind of grabs one of the, bar folk and, asks about ale, and the elf kind of like blinks at him and looks a little confused. Wine?
Oh no.
And Uhtred, no. Ale. Beer. No. We have a wide selection of wine. And he just grunts and lets go of the elf. And you ask, and yeah, Uhtred's cask is drained.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. You guys have all been drinking from it quite a bit. It's
Yep.
So there's a steady flow of people coming in and out, bringing in food. Majority of the dishes are some sort of vegetarian, though there are cuts mostly of game, rabbit, venison, some other, woodland creatures. There's one plate with not a lot, but some wolf meat on it. But the vast majority seems to be greens. And but it is a massive spread, lots of options, several different types of tea, about 12 different kinds of wine, and the prince and princess mostly make idle chat, small talk while this is going on.
Mm-hmm.
And if any of you ask, well, what do you want? They shake their head there and look at the bar folk. You get the impression they don't want to talk in mixed company.
Mm-hmm.
So, is there anything you guys want to do during this 15-20 minutes of everything getting set up?
I want to try to taste something.
That's a good thought.
You get the sense of texture, but you get no sense of taste.
As folks are going by me with certain amounts of food, be they appetizers, if they're not specifically going to someone within the party, I apologize profusely while rolling up my sleeves and putting a finger in whatever it is, and then licking the finger and going, every time something goes by.
Jesus Christ.
That is not directly headed to our table anyway, because I don't want to offend anyone at the table. But every time a server goes by, I'm just like, excuse me, I'm so sorry, I simply must. And I go, oh, it's exquisite. Thank you so much.
All right. Yeah. Well, they're all very much in deference to this this guest group. So if you do wave one of them down, they immediately stop, and can give you whatever access to the tray that they're holding, and allow you to do this. There might be a slight amount of distaste or disgust at the behavior, but they don't say anything or do anything about it. And this is kind of nice because they're elves, so they're like 4 to 4.5 feet tall. It's pleasant for you to be in the company of people who are not twice your height.
Yeah, I take extreme advantage of this kindness. I am trying to lose weight, but I need to rely on Uhtred for that. So
Yeah, and yeah, after like 3 or 4 plates of this, he walks over and just like smacks your hand.
Mm-hmm.
right, the mobility. I'm sorry.
And he's doing that holding a bottle of wine and like smelling it and like tasting it, just seeing put off and put out by this entire experience.
Mm-hmm. I slide more wolf meat over to him.
He looks at you and he's like, "Are you trying to feed me dog?"
I'm trying to feed you protein. You want to eat lettuce and take weird shits, or do you want to eat meat like a man?
There's
all
an
Dwarven.
Uhtred over there. Uhtred, son of Uhtred, hound son. I don't eat canine.
I didn't know you were dainty. You sit at the table of elves and suddenly you got qualms with the food.
Elven food? Yeah, I got qualms with elven food.
Well, I'm just letting you know you're holding booze that's stronger than any ale that's ever been in your cask, and you're turning up your nose.
Tastes funny.
In my mind, Dan, I'm assuming this is just going on in the background consistently, just like gesticulating and arguing. Maybe airplanes a fork.
After the table is filled with food, and the entourage has started taking small plates and putting minuscule portions on those small plates and poking at it and barely eating it. This was not a prepared, they were not ready for a brunch. They probably already ate today. And the prince and princess don't seem to be interested in the food at all. They're just waiting for all this commotion to die down. And when it does, and the last of the plates comes in, and one of the entourage turns to the prince and says, "That's it. Everything's in." Then the prince nods back to him, and he closes and locks the door.
I'm asleep.
Is it food coma?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I rolled a percentile die. I rolled very low on the percentile die. I am asleep. You can wake me. I'm asleep.
Mm-hmm.
You've been awake for like 2 hours.
I ate an exorbitant amount of elven food, and I'm just like,
You're also gonna poop super hard with all that green.
I am a very old old gnome.
So the prince turns back to Mirok and says, "You asked about politics, and the reason we wanted to speak with you was a political reason.
I'm listening.
The House Nisondwe runs the silk runs
Runs
the
it.
textile industry in Solomon.
Okay.
However, the trade and commerce is handled by House Andavira. And right now, House Andavira is exceptionally weakened by this news about Princess Tis. We assume at this point that you are either in the possession or about to become in the possession of the dragon's hoard. If there is anything in that possession, in that hoard, that could give any sort of negative information or aura or rumor against House Andvira, it would be quite a boon for House Nisandwe to come into such possession.
Okay. I nod as I take all that in, and then I'm gonna make the assumption that Largo is across the table from me. So I'm gonna kind of look at someone else in the group, be like, knock him to wake him up if you can.
I elbow Largo. I say, "Hey, buddy."
And then continuing to talk, and I say, I see how this is beneficial to House Masandwe, and there's no love lost for the late princess of House Anduira from us. But what is in it for our group? The roses are red.
Our gratitude.
So credit.
Well, gratitude can come in many forms. If the gratitude you seek comes in a sense of jingling metal in a small purse, then that's great. If you prefer some sort of gratitude of a strong political ally in the city, then that is possible as well. You just have to decide what amount of gratitude you like in what denomination, because you're not getting it in both.
That makes sense.
Plus, we really don't have anything at the moment.
Yeah. I just want to check in and see what they have in mind.
Okay. Provide you with quite a stylish line of silky hair and robes. And he gestures towards his wife, who's wearing a beautifully, cut silk dress.
I see that, and Mirak says, I can tell that the fine robes of your house are beyond question, but if you look upon our party, we are not often dressed in fine robes. And I point at Uhtred, who's basically half naked all the time, and Bort, and I look at Largo and I say, and those who are clothed in the finest of robes often spill the finest of gravies upon them. And I point at food stains on his clothing.
Fair. Am I gathering? And I apologize for my disrespect or any disrespect that may have been inferred by my falling asleep. It was simply the loveliness and the incantation caused by the food. Am I to gather that that we are aiding you in the deception or somehow ill-doing of another house within the city?
Well, I think it's perfectly reasonable to understand that Anvira has made its own bed and put a dragon in it.
I'm heavily indicating that I agree with them because I'm not a subtle dwarf.
If I could speak to my friend Mirak in private, perhaps via text message, before we shake hands upon
How
this
nice
deal.
these silk robes.
There's no deal being established here and now.
Yeah,
we have no knowledge of what might be within the possession of the late Princess Tease Dragon as she was. If you, as I said, if you come into possession that you see something that could cast a dark shadow on to the House Anvira, and you would like to share that with us, then that would be very amicable.
Let me ask you, did anybody else in the High Elven Society hear rumor that there was a dragon amongst you? Is this surprise to everybody? Or
yes,
I don't see the surprise I would expect.
Well, you're speaking to someone who's been a politician for 200 years.
Good poker face.
Yes, no, none, as far as I know, and I cannot be certain because the houses do not share all of their knowledge with each other. It's possible that Andvira knew that they had a dragon in their midst and were using it because of the creature's powerful political capabilities.
True.
We don't know. And if they were doing it on purpose, then that would definitely not look good on them inviting such a creature into the highest levels of our government.
Cool. I'm gonna ask them how long until the House Anduira elects another princess, and what do you know about Garen Fall, the Prince of House Anduira?
Well, he and Princess Teese were both brought into the titles, the office of Prince and Princess at the same time. And it was definitely assumed that she was the more powerful, more erudite, more diplomatic, capable individual of the two, and he was mostly just he was the noble blood.
Sounds like he could have been taken advantage of. What a terrible situation for a young man.
Place in the highest levels of power. So while it's been a short time by our count, Princess Teese was a princess for the past 60 years. So it's not this carried on for quite some time.
Yeah.
What an unfortunate set of circumstances. We will help in whatever way we can.
Yeah, Mirak's gonna nod and say if there's anything we find, there's, like I said earlier, there's no love lost between us and a dragon. We will let you know, and if there's nothing found, we'll let you know. But we appreciate your hospitality and also your support.
And Bort says to the princess, and if you ever have any problems with any of those trees you were telling me about, I'll take care of them for you.
And she laughs and is like, "Oh no, absolutely not. It would be there are lovely trees. None of them would be of any issue or concern. Thank you so much for the song."
And Dan, as far as these silks go, like how do they compare to like the high end stuff from the Nokiri Empire? Are they like on kind of par, or
The silk that the princess is wearing, probably. I mean, you're not,
no? I'm not knowledgeable in it.
but it's at least as good as the silk that the princess that you knew wore.
Okay.
Like, yeah, you wouldn't, yokai really wouldn't have a broad knowledge of it.
No, I just went looking for a general style, shotgun style.
Drastically different style, but very, at least by your understanding, very comparable quality.
Okay, cool.
I forget, do we have an idea where the horde is?
We know where the book is, which was in the horde.
We do know where that is?
We
Because
could
I was going
scry
to
for it,
ask
couldn't
him.
we? Well, he
Yes.
doesn't. He wouldn't need us if he knows where it is.
Yes, we scried. I think we got a general idea of where it was before we were noticed. As far as like the layout of the hiding place itself. Dan, did we get a good geographical notion?
You have no idea.
Because
Yeah.
I was okay. I want to ask.
When you scry, you scried on the dragon.
Yeah.
So the scry automatically went to where the dragon was an interior space. So there was no what do you call it? There's no landscape, no topographical landmark that you could, it was inside a stone building or something with furniture and a desk.
But you said she had the book. That's what I'm thinking. Like, can't we scry the book because we know the book is where the horde is?
It would still be the same. It would still be the
we
the
wouldn't
same
gain
kind of
any.
situation. We would see
Yeah.
the room, and
Yeah.
that's it.
See the book's immediate surroundings, but unless there was some sort of indicator of those surroundings in some way that would tell you where it is, it wouldn't give you a direction.
Yeah. Okay.
I think we need to retire.
Who scried that when we were doing that? And when you scry, does that show everybody something or is it just you?
Just
Probably
me.
just you.
But
Yeah.
I relayed all the information. I remember it
Yeah.
quite clearly because she noticed me too. So she was in like this kind of chamber that was filled with like it had a mirror in it and a
Yeah.
desk, and it seemed like kind of like an office, but it was rough hewn stone, and there seemed to be several magical objects within the office, one of which was the book that we assumed that we had been tasked with looking for. But then she noticed us and started yelling at me, and I peaced out.
For some reason, I was thinking I had locate object, but that was Dern.
I've got a scroll of locate object as well as a scroll of scrying, but the
Well,
scroll of
that's
locate
good
object,
then,
the scroll of
because
locate
you've seen
object
it.
has like, yeah, totally. No, it would be very accurate, but the problem is I think it's like 400 feet.
Right.
There's a range on locate object.
Yeah, we need to get close anyway. So I'd like to ask, I say, so do you have any information that could help us in locating the horde that maybe you know about the princess that was maybe not common knowledge?
The princess says, our skill set is entirely in political matters. I'm very sorry, but
Sure.
no, not have that sort of.
All right.
There is something that we were willing to offer if you would accept doing this on our behalf. A gift in good faith, if you are willing to promise or agree that you would do this work for us.
Let us please discuss amongst ourselves with a guarantee of no magical knowing in the room, perhaps in our own private quarters within this inn, if you would, before we agree to any sort of promise.
If there's any magic to take place, it would be on your side. My husband and I are incapable of doing something.
Oh, but your nobility shines through, and I can understand your power, be it only in a political sense or perhaps a physical sense. I do
Mirak
bow at your grace.
Pushes you in the middle of your sentence.
Do
And
we- should-
he repeats the dwarven thing he heard you, or the orcish thing he heard you say earlier, because
Shut
he
the
kind of
fuck
gets
up.
this. Yeah.
Should we at least know what the offer is before we discuss it?
It's just there, like it's like a carte blanche, Scott. It's just like it could be anything, but it's just they will reward us. Yeah.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, I think we should definitely talk about it separately.
Yeah, they're giving you the option. You
To
can
pick a side.
make your choice from what you find in the horde, but if you promise now to work for them and look for something in the horde that would be negative towards House Anvira, they're willing to give you something up front.
They're willing to give us something from the horde?
Up front.
Yeah, what is that thing?
Something.
I would like to know before we discuss it. Yeah.
We can't. I think the whole thing is we can't know what it is until we discuss it. So I think we should retire to our chambers.
Yeah, I just as a game question I want to ask. I thought they were saying like we would have their gratitude, but now you're saying they would give us something from the horde that we're gonna go find.
If you are so you have two options to work for them. One is you don't take anything now. You go to the horde, you see what you see, and if something there looks like it would be helpful to them and you choose to bring it to them, then they will be grateful. If you promise now to go there with that express purpose and do this work for them, then they will match your goodwill with their goodwill.
Okay.
Offer you up front.
Okay. All right. Shall we retire to our domicile?
I think it pertinent, yes.
So-
He said, the prince says, you have you have the entire second floor of the East Wing at your disposal. It's 10 rooms.
Well, we're definitely gonna play hide and seek later.
Thank you.
Nice.
All right. So my Mirac's thoughts are, I'm
real quick before you guys leave, he
Mhm.
says, I'm going to leave Jacques here. He will wait for your response, and my wife and I have other matters to attend to. I'm sorry we don't really have the opportunity or the leisure time to hang back and wait for your answer after you deliberate.
That's reasonable. Their nobility.
I raise my hand and I ask one of the servers for a doggy bag. And then I look at Uhtred and I say, containing only salad, please.
She doesn't understand.
Let's
Never mind.
just have them bring the rest of this spread up to our quarters and go talk and hang out.
Oh, sure.
All right. I am of the mind we agree to this right now. The only concern I have is the book that we need to bring back to the Bibliotheca Esoterica. So I don't know if we come back with a counter offer and say we're willing to get whatever you want as long as it's not like this fucking item, because we already have a pre-existing agreement.
I think we make a soft commitment with the sort of auspice that if we find something damning, we'll bring it back, but we're not gonna be in their pocket with a hard commitment here.
I agree
Yeah.
with Bort. I'm concerned because right now, all of our allegiances and obligations lie within Penteros. And I don't want to get tangled up in some sort of noble feud. It concerns me very much. It concerns me very much because if House Anvira was duped, the last thing they need is to crumble, because I just don't see that benefiting the politics of this city. So
Totally.
I don't feel like taking advantage of their low spot, if it is indeed a low spot, right? So if we find evidence that they knew that Princess Tease was a dragon and used that to their benefit, then absolutely, let's take them down. But I think if we find anything else, like, like, I don't know, a sex tape, right? But if we find this thing that is like would bring them down otherwise, well, we know that they just got duped by a dragon. It's an entirely negative thing to do because it throws off the balance of power, and our center is in Penteros. So we need not be obligated to any other power other than Penteros, because these folks have power. So we don't want to piss them off, nor do we want to do their bidding. We are all about the Duchess, and we're all about bringing this book back, and I think we just need to focus on that.
Yeah, we don't need to do any more drama in Solomon that we don't have to.
And if we find some damning shit, we can come back and trade
Yeah.
it for political clout and give these snooty elves the high hat
Yeah.
with carte blanche from this royal family.
Yeah. Who cares about these elves?
So it sounds like we're leaning towards option one.
Yeah.
Hey, we're gonna go look. If there is anything, we'll let you know, but we're not gonna go looking just for you.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay. So is our one or two or however many of you going to go down and share this information with Doc?
I think Largo, do you and me want to go?
Absolutely. I'd be certainly happy to.
Great.
Bort's loading up all this smoked meat from the tray into his pouch. Just kebab city.
I take a bowl of salad with me as we go, as me and Mirak are traveling.
As we're going down the stairs, I'm going to be letting you know in a discreet, hushed voice that I'm going to convey a body language to Jacques that I don't like the decision you're giving them for the purpose that they think that they have some kind of a leverage on our group that they don't have.
I love it. I love
Cool.
it. Let's roll with it. Let's improv. Let's see what happens.
Great.
Yokai's gonna
Keep it
down a
terse.
bottle and just make sure it doesn't work.
Sorry, what?
Yokai's gonna like one of those or two of those bottles of wine that were open that were up there. Want to take it and just like you can't shotgun a bottle of wine, but I'm gonna do my best just to see if I get any head change. I'm pretty sure that I don't get it, but he's just testing the waters. He makes sure he does it while he's not around any royalty and while we're up in the private quarters style area.
You could probably shotgun a bottle of wine.
Yokai is immune to poison.
Alcohol's a poison.
Yep, I knew it. He had to know it. Cool, thank you.
Okay, so, Mirok and Largo, you go back down into the main area where you see the attendant from their entourage, the one who initially spoke with the innkeeper and sort of organized things. You get the sense that this is like, their top personal assistant, their main guy.
Mm-hmm.
And he is sitting at a table. And basically, from the moment you guys start coming down the stairs, his eyes are on you.
Mm-hmm.
You see him sitting there, sort of lounging back on a chair, his legs crossed, his hands folded on the table. And in front of him on the table are two packages wrapped in fine silk with silk ribbons, looking like gifts. And they're sitting there on the table. Maybe one of them is maybe about 1.5 feet long and seems to be somewhat cylindrical, maybe 6 inches in diameter. And the other one is smaller, maybe about the size of a, like 2 dungeons piled on top of each other. Are wrapped, both of them are wrapped in fine silk as sort of wrapping paper. And he, waits until you come up to his table, and he nods at you and says, then your party has come up with a decision. Are you interested in working for the house in the Sandway?
I'm about a half pace behind you, Largo, by the way. Like I stopped short.
With a diplomacy of 29, I say the following. Though we owe a debt of gratitude to all noble houses of Solomon, I shall not commit to a specific duty for House Nasandwe, but if we do find something of interest to House Nasandwe within any hoard that we may find over the coming adventure, we will certainly share it. I wish it no ill will, but do not wish to enter into an obligation. Thank you for the opportunity.
And with a diplomacy or a bluff of 30, when he says we owe a debt of gratitude to all noble houses, Mirok audibly just kind of like huffs, kind of does a little neck movement.
He and you get a strong sense that this is an act, and he's not really trying to bluff. He's just playing this out. And he says, "Oh, that's unfortunate to hear. I will share this with the prince and princess. I just will let you know that these 2 gifts that would have been that gesture of goodwill to begin with, if you had promised to work for us, they are not on the table once I take them off of this table. And at that point, it would only be either the monetary gratitude or the political.
I'm detecting magic.
I ask his name.
Zakuda, at no point did I know you were there.
Oh.
It was Largo and Mirok.
Well, I didn't want to break into the conversation, but my intent was to follow without becoming involved. Not because I have anything to add, but my character's more interested in hearing what the officials say because we keep getting in trouble in my hometown.
Okay. Do you want to use an action die to retcon this and be
Sure. Because that was my intention. I have trouble hopping in when everything else is going on for little stuff like that.
Mhm.
All right. So, so you wanted to cast detect magic?
Yeah.
Okay. Give me a. Well, the packages are magic. Something inside the packages are magic.
Right. I'm not interrupting the conversation any. It's just
You said you were hanging back. You were kind of
right. I'm like behind them, probably, whatever. I'm not trying to be stealthy about it.
50 feet or 60 feet or whatever. Okay.
And you said this guy got the sense that this was an act.
I mean, like it's cheesy. The sort of like way that he's like, oh, that's too bad. You can't have these.
Not our act.
No, oh yeah, oh,
His
it's-
act.
Okay, got it. Yeah,
Sorry
yeah.
to break in, but yeah, he's being
Got it.
obvious. We're not necessarily being obvious.
Great. Cool. Well, yeah. In this case, I'm still just looking upset, and Largo, I'm giving you the floor.
Largo, you were gonna do something too?
Yeah. I said, oh, my friend, what is your name?
Yeah.
Jacques. So sorry for missing that before. Thank you for performing your job with the utmost sincerity. And I appreciate you. I appreciate your master's offer. We respectfully decline, but I hope that we will be seeing you sooner rather than later with news that we bring from the Horde. I just hope you understand our desire for no more obligations. Thank you so much.
Yeah, but yeah, so Nakuda, those two packages do have magic items.
Okay. I didn't know how much I'd get off of it.
Did you give me a spellcraft check?
Uh, 24.
You get one of them. You get a transmutation aura and an enchantment aura. And he takes those and slides them into a backpack and or like a shoulder satchel, and
Gotcha.
looks at Largo and Mirak one more time and then says, "Are you sure?"
I open my mouth the slightest amount, and then I close it without making a noise.
Jacques, my friend, again, I appreciate your effort, but yes, we are sure.
Well, then, I hope that you do find something that will help the prince and princess. And he
As do I.
As do I.
walks away.
I'm just biting my lip.
While Dakota, you're back there. One of the inn staff comes up and says, "Pardon, sir, is there something that you need? We generally do not appreciate people casting spells in the inn."
This is a negotiation.
This is an inn.
What?
This is an inn, and we expect the safety and the privacy of our guests. So please refrain from.
Are we not in a private room?
Oh, we're in the middle of the end.
Oh, okay. I thought he was waiting in that private room that we had like half the inn to ourselves.
Just imagine a dude doing weird shit with his hands in the corner, and someone's like, "Hey man, can you stop there?" You're like, "This is a negotiation." Totally by yourself.
No, this is the main area, like the open, area of the inn where people are having not very many. This is like in that dead time between breakfast and lunch where, there's only a couple people drinking like coffee. But
I forget that this is brunch time. I keep wanting to say and then we go to bed.
We're
Never
pretty
mind.
fucked up.
Okay, so that's that. I guess we go back to our room and discuss our options.
So much for those magic items you guys are never going to get.
Yeah.
We have a moral
Ugh.
obligation not to do it.
That's why I kept saying, well, what is it we're being offered? I wanted to know. Yeah, but
Just walking
all-
around
at the same-
adamantine magical full plate wanting more.
yeah. At the
Yeah, I mean,
same-
I do think to what Larga said, we probably should rest. I know it's
Yeah.
the daytime. We could do some things, but rest and then go get this horde,
It would be nice if somebody could heal me for sure.
right? Because you're not going to heal from resting.
No, I'm still down over half.
Yeah.
uh,
Do we have anything, because we just got some like tremendous upgrades. I just got a new wizard's robe that replaces my fine silk robes. So perhaps like we all have something like that we could go sell.
Your fine silk robes
Became okay, cool. Never mind that point. But do we have anything that we could sell that we could spend the rest of the day kind of you know, like doing or have some activity? Because yeah, I mean, no reason to go to bed in the middle of the morning.
Oh, I didn't say we would. We would just like role play it out that we hang out and do something.
I'm gonna eat more elven food.
Yeah, I don't really have anything burning a hole in my pocket. And as far as like gameplay wise, I'd rather sort out this horde situation because that's probably where we're gonna get our moolah.
yeah. Do we have any ideas?
I mean, it's an inn. Someone could sit downstairs and listen to gossip for the day and see if we can get any sense of political winds going on. I don't know.
When we came across
feel
the
like
dragon, weren't we
Jakuta's
out
the most discreet option.
Yeah.
when we were out there and we encountered her? Weren't we on our way to a place we thought might be close to?
We were heading in like a general direction.
You guys had initially, when you were commissioned for this whole endeavor, the Marcotte had pointed to you on a map and said, when I did my research, this is the area that I understood the dragon's lair to exist in. But it was still like a 2-mile diameter area. So you guys just went wandering in the woods in that area looking for trouble, and you found it.
Yep.
But none of, you had some really abysmal survival checks, and you did not find significant evidence to point you towards the actual dragon's lair.
Also, now Largo has a visual of the book, which
Yeah, but
he
it's,
can aid in his scrying.
no, but it's just the inside, Scott. That's what we talked about earlier. He can see the inside of that room all day, but that doesn't help us figure out where that room is.
No, it's not about the scrying. He has a locate object, and he's seen the object now.
Oh, you have locate object. I didn't know.
Yeah, I
that.
have a scroll of locate.
Yeah, I said that
objects.
wrong.
Oh,
Sorry,
okay. I missed that.
I said it wrong.
Then yeah, dude, I say let's locate that object.
Yeah, so we'll go out to the same place, the same general area, kind of try our survival checks again, get a better idea of like, yeah, we're in the spot now, because I do only have one scroll. So if we're not literally, I think within 400 feet of this
Shit.
object, then that scroll just gets burned up, right?
What
And
if
don't find it?
So it's a room, it's somewhere, it's in a 2-mile radius. That area was largely wooded, but that means there's a built structure there. Could we talk to these elves? They're fucking old. They remember like, oh yeah, there was a fucking building permit requested in bajillion ago AD.
Yeah.
And maybe Aelorn, just someone to be like, oh, is there construction out there? Do you remember hearing about anyone building anything out there? Ruins, whatever.
We
So
should go see Aelorn.
We have to go see Aelorn because he asked us to do so. But also, like, I have some things to sell. So I could, on my travels, see if I encounter any particularly old elf.
Yeah, why don't you just
Can I ask,
go sell your shit?
can I ask a quick player question?
Sure.
Is scrying just a visual spell?
Visual and auditory. So yeah, locate objects is going to last 1 minute per level. It is going to give you at 8th level. Well, no, it's the spell. It's the level of the spell that's been.
So it'd be like, I think 5th level.
Yeah. Yeah. So it would be about 600 feet. So-
600 feet. Okay. That's better, but we got to find an entrance to this cave before we start
In
doing
Largo, you can fly.
That's what I was gonna say too. Even if you could, yeah, match that up and do some circles. I mean, it's worth a try.
I cannot fly. I have to take all of my clothing off, which at this
They
point
can
would be
fly.
very detrimental to me. And I just, for the course of the game, I just wanted to say I have an unstable internet connection that it keeps reminding me of. So if I'm talking over anybody, I'm sorry. I can still see you, so if you wave, just tell me to stop. I noticed that I was talking over Dan, so I apologize.
Yeah. So and to do the math, you still with 5 minutes and with fly and doing you'd be able to maybe cover an eighth of that 2-mile diameter area.
Yeah.
So you probably want to in some way, shape, or form narrow that down before you use the locate object, because otherwise you're gonna
Yeah, for sure. Maybe Alorn has some wise words for us on our before we head out of town.
Maybe we can buy another scroll too.
Yeah, to
I
that
was-
point,
Yeah, very good point.
Yeah, maybe some healing potions.
Well, Trevor, it sounds like you really want to sell some stuff. Do you just want to like RP that out? You going and selling shit, and then we all as a party go to Alorn? Because I'd hate to split us up.
sure. Wonderful. Dan, what I've got is a group of things that I think we were just holding on to, but now that we have all of these magical items, I don't think we need them anymore. I have a +1 greatsword, a set of masterwork chainmail, and 2 masterwork daggers. I'd just like to sell them all.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you can pretty much you can find some shops and some areas here right at the entrance to the gate where most of the commerce is done with people coming and going. Now you pass through the eastern quarter where most of the industry for the city is done, but that was private to the elves. But you can see some shops and some stuff here. If we just want to like quick move through this,
Yes.
give me a diplomacy check as you're trying to hawk this stuff.
Yeah, so 36.
All right. Yeah. So you're pretty quick to find somebody who wants to buy the magic sword. That's no, people want to buy magic shit. It's rare. So you can offload that for the +1.
Yes.
Okay, so you can offload that for 1,200 gold.
1,200 gold.
The masterwork daggers and a masterwork chain shirt.
Yes. 2
Uh,
masterwork daggers, yeah.
It's harder to offload those. But you manage to find somebody who's willing to take them so long as you make it a good deal. And for that you get right about 300 gold even.
Perfect. Cool. Well, in my travels, do I see any particularly old elves? And is that easily recognizable? Because if it's not, never mind.
Do you have knowledge nature?
Yes.
Okay, give me a knowledge nature check.
Okay. 22.
22.
Yeah, it's hard. Elves tend to maintain a fairly, spry appearance well into their late years, and then once they get elderly, they don't go out. And sometimes they just disappear. It's kind of strange. But you find one elf that you're fairly certain is at least 300 years old.
Do I know well enough to describe the particularly area of the Elven Woad that we were searching for the horde in?
You can give it a shot.
Okay. So I'm going to roll a diplomacy, and that is 34. And then maybe a survival, which is going to be abysmal unless I roll really high. A 19 to try to describe the area.
Okay. You're talking to this woman who, seems willing to talk to you. She seems to be, amenable to having a conversation with a well-spoken gnome. And you start asking her, and she says, well, I mean, in my young days, I would go out and sometimes walk the woods. But it's been a very, very long time, and that's a ways out. Perhaps you'd want to speak with one of the, warden patrols that actually patrol that area.
Well, thank you so much. Your grace and beauty belies me, and I really appreciate talking to you. What was your name again?
Jacqueline.
Were there a rose that could speak of your beauty, I would bring it to you. Yet I worry that this is too great a task. Take care, Jacqueline.
Baby. It's on the rose on the grave.
You get a little bit of an impression of initially she was talking to this sweet old gnome, and then he started hitting on her and got this creepy old man vibe from him.
Not my intention, but I understand.
But we're both old and creepy.
Well, even at 300, she's like 55.
Ah.
He's like 72.
There's a tiny pot-bellied little pervert coming at her.
It was I thought it was a gorgeous metaphor.
Old. She'd give a 25-year-old human woman a run for her money. So yeah.
That's all I've got. So I'll return to the party, and I'll say, maybe we should ask some of the wardens. None of the particularly old elves I encountered, however beautiful they may be, presented any leads.
Well, you're asking like shopkeepers and shit.
Totally. It was a shot in the dark.
Yeah, let's go talk to Aelorn.
Okay. So we're getting on into the early to mid afternoon at this point. It took Largo a while to try to find somebody to buy the shit he was trying to hawk. And who is going to Aelorn? Is that the whole group or just a portion?
Yeah, I think it should be the whole group.
Yeah. We could do it on our way out. Well, no, we're leaving tomorrow because we need to rest tonight.
Yeah, let's just go see old Aelorn.
Yeah. So you guys head back towards the central hub. There's a little bit of hesitation. You have to do a little bit of chatting with the guards at the gate there. before they let you pass through into the Mysterium. But with sending off a runner and the runner coming back and giving a nod that your group is allowed passage, they allow you through. You do have a tail that seems to make sure that they're watching to make sure you're going where you say you're going. But you pass through to the Mysterium. You head towards towards where Dakuta knows Aelorn lives, which is a unusually modest sort of cottage near the wall, sort of the Mysterium, where the buildings, the temples, the college, and everything is very near to the hub and the gate that leads into the West Quarter. But on the outside of that is a lot of wooded area that's still within the wall of the city. And Dakuta, a lot of this is for herbalism and different training exercises and that sort of thing. It's an open space where some magic can be cast and some different things can be done without destroying anything of value.
Right.
Or warping anything of value, depending on the spells that you're casting. And Aelorn's kind of like off to the side, but kind of in those woods. And you go over there, and as you approach, you see Grev Zedrin is just sort of doing like a perimeter walk around the cottage, slowly, at a distance. And as you get right up to the cottage, you see that there are 3 elves standing outside and talking to each other. Just sort of making small talk and chatting idly. And everyone give me perception checks.
Nine.
22.
20.
21.
30.
Is Mike still with us?
Yeah, it's negligible.
Okay. All right. So, Wart, you're the first person to notice this. One of these 3 elves is the guy you killed. And the other 2 are the one that you guys caught in the web and the other one that ran away.
Oh, boy.
Just through my teeth, I go.
Oh.
Approach, they, in turn notice you guys, and they all turn towards you and big smiles, and 2 of them clap their hands and say, "We were really hoping to see you guys. Thank you so much for saving us from the dragon. We can't begin to express the gratitude we feel. It's truly a great honor."
31 sense motive.
Sorry. I don't roll a sense motive. I immediately go up to shake the nearest one's hand because I'm a glory hound.
Largo, they seem entirely sincere.
I'm just pumping forearms like, yeah, all right, fuck yeah.
Okay, cool. I follow suit with Mirak.
I look at the guy that we killed in the hole who's standing in front of us.
Mm-hmm.
And I say, "So did you guys come back when we got Uhtred? Or what the hell? What's going on?"
And they're like, "Well, the dragon was pretending to be princess, and she had charmed us and made us attack you, and you had, and she points towards Mirok and said, you said don't attack them. They're, and you didn't. And then when you slayed the dragon, you were released from its spell, and then you brought us back here.
Finally, somebody that gets us.
So, wonderful news. Wonderful news. I think we should lay bad things down to rest and not question good things. What do you think, gang?
I am in
Put out a
agreement.
sweet ass lo-fi
Right,
on that dome.
Yeah, but at this point, like they're all three of them are like trying to shake everybody's hand and say thank you and everything.
Oh, whoa. Hey, you guys, do you have any idea where her horde might be?
That's a good
Um,
question.
Oh, wait, no, they got charmed. Wait, she had like an inner guard and then she had other guard with her, right?
But it
Yeah.
might be. It might be. There's a very astute
Yeah, she had a
question,
bodyguard and she had
Cthulhu.
some wardens. That's a good question.
It's an astute question.
You're asking that right out on the street?
I know, it just kind of
Oh,
popped
you
out.
guys-
I don't know if that,
This is not the street. This is like a far off corner of this quarter that's like out in the woods and pretty much
Okay.
just you guys here. Is that well? We don't know about any horde, but there is an area that is dangerous and that we don't go there.
Ooh, snap.
what is it known for that it's dangerous?
Giants.
Plants.
Giants.
Oh, giants. Oh,
I thought you said plants too, but okay, yes.
Really?
Thank you for the
Weird.
clarification.
Giant plants. Let's
giant
go.
plants.
We
Yeah,
got a
I'm
good
thinking,
track
No,
record.
super small, dangerous plants. Tiny.
No, hill giants.
hill giants.
Hill giants suck.
I got an offside question for you, just because I keep forgetting to ask. When we fought her breath weapon, that radiation stuff, was that a line or a cone? Sorry, it was what?
Clone.
Damn it. Okay. Sorry.
Okay. Well, that's a good thing to know. We should ask them for directions and then go see Aelorn
They
so that we can avoid that place. That's what we tell them.
Yeah. You guys, I assume you have a map. I think Marcotte gave you a map.
I thought we had one
He did.
earlier.
Yeah.
So they look at the map and they kind of, in that circle that he drew, they draw a smaller circle.
Yes.
Excellent. What is the radii of that circle?
Probably around the radii, probably a quarter mile.
Quarter mile. All right, we're getting
Like
there.
that circle takes a quarter of the larger circle. Anyone want to give me knowledge arcana?
Yes. 20.
I got a 23. I kind of missed what was happening there. I just got talked to.
So you guys have at least a little bit of knowledge regarding hill giants and green dragons. They are mortal enemies. And that there are hill giants anywhere in the vicinity of a green dragon's lair is suspicious.
Right.
Like that's, like one or the other should have killed, one
Right.
should kill the other side.
I relay this information.
If you forget the specifics, neither one of you rolled high enough to know exactly why they hate each other. They hate each other.
A strange situation we may be walking into, but also it could be a red herring. because it might be exactly where the dragon horde is not.
Well, I'm glad you elves are all right. I was worried about you for a minute there with that whole dragon getting inside your brains. Take care.
At this point, you guys realize that Alorn is like pretty much standing among you. You didn't really see him approach, but he's just kind of right there.
Like
And
Batman.
yeah. He says, yes, they are quite the heroes. But if you will excuse me, I do need to speak with them. Matters of privacy. But I'm glad you got a chance to thank them before you went back on your duty and continued on your way. And they all bow pretty deeply to Alorn and bow to you guys and say thank you. And they move along at that point. And Alorn looks at the rest of you and says, I suppose an explanation would be in order.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Well, in order to smooth over the entire situation and make sure that this was totally put to rest, part of the commuting of your sentence was that if you were successful, that some diamonds would be spared and a resurrection cast on Norrell. And then it was just a matter of modifying the three of their memories so that they remembered the situation happening differently than it did, and putting you in the positions of heroes as opposed to villains.
So my character would have a minor outburst of this. He would say, so we were put on trial for commodifying a man's life in terms of a mithril shirt, and our success was resolved by commodifying him in terms of diamonds. Basically, I'm being like, this man's life was money, regardless of being dead or alive.
Diamonds are more than money. Diamonds are life and death. There is a very limited amount of diamonds available, and only because you saved the entire city in your efforts with the Ent Lord were the diamonds released in order to be used to solve the problem of your crime. This was no small matter.
It
Doesn't say
wasn't a
right.
very small tree either.
Uh-oh, I sense a miscommunication.
Oh no, I'm not gonna say or do anything more. As a player, I totally get it. As a character, like Mirak would be like, with his experience with life oracle shit and purgatory, be like, that's fucked up.
The diamonds were released from one of the noble houses. The noble houses keep those diamonds in order to secure themselves against assassinations and untimely deaths amongst the upper echelon of society.
Because their lives are so valuable.
Well, it's because they're wealthy enough to be able to acquire diamonds in the first place.
But we're all wealthy enough to acquire life.
And you're lucky that I am capable of casting a resurrection spell. There's no one else in the city who can do such a thing.
Oh,
Speaking of that, Alorn, I might have a question about some stuff regarding resurrections and generally repairing a body that's super fucked up.
Uh-oh.
Oh yes,
Sorry.
that abomination over there?
Huh?
That abomination over there?
Yeah, that guy.
I'm afraid that one's on you.
Fair enough. We'll take this meat to another market. And give Yokai a thumbs up. We're gonna fix you.
Alorn, you said we should visit you upon our departure. Our departure is nigh, and we are visiting you now. Is there any stroke of insight you might have, given that you have such power yet live in such a humble way? There might be some wisdom that you could impart to us.
I think it's repart.
On your cast a divination spell to sort of narrow down the area that this dragon's horde might exist. And he pulls out a map and points out an area on the map that he says, I believe it's in this area. And you can see that basically the map has a line down the center of it. And then on one side, it has a line across the center of that. And then it has a line across the center of basically those of you who have, decent enough knowledge of spell casting. He asked a series of yes or no questions on a map. It was like, is the dragon's horde on the left side of the map or the right side? And it's okay, on the left side of the map, is it on the top or the bottom? Okay, out of these two, is it on this side or this side? And he continuously got that section smaller to where he's pretty much narrowed it down to about the same space as that circle that the wardens had drawn, saying that this is where the hill giants are.
Whew, it defies reason.
Mm-hmm.
So he shows you your map and you show him his map and he's like, how did you know?
We asked your compatriots, one of which who you brought back to life, and they mentioned that within their charm, they were told never to go to a place, and they circled that place on the map.
Well, now I wish I hadn't spent 500 gold pieces worth of incense.
But we appreciate the effort, Aelorn, and thank you.
Well, at least now you definitely know that is where it is.
Right.
Well, I did help. It was worthwhile.
Yeah.
Aelorn, my friend, I have utmost trust in you, and I want you to know. And I tell him of the offer we were given by the other prince and
Ooh.
princess, and I ask him what he thinks of their motivation within the council.
Posturing, power, politics. I haven't been a prince for a long, long, long time, and I divested myself from that entire arena centuries ago.
Fair.
Nisandwe and Anvira always butted heads over the commerce of the Eastern District. Anvira had secured control over the Commerce House, the Weights and Measures, and banking. And Nisandwe is our strongest producer of textiles, one of our greatest exporters of fine elven wares. So it was a thorn in their side for Nisandwe that they always had to go through Anvira, and Anvira basically profited off of their export.
I just wondered if there's anything more insidious than a economic power play, which I'm almost fine with.
Scott, are you talking in common or elven?
Common.
Yeah, common.
Very good common accent.
Then I'm gonna butt in and ask, what about House Herath? What is their role?
House Harath.
Yes.
They are they're actually one of the weaker houses. They haven't had any significant import of anything material lately. A while back, they had a strong lineage of mages in their house, which was one of the reasons of the house's rise to power. But that aptitude has waned in the last several generations, and they're just not.
That makes sense. We saw the princess had no casting abilities.
Yes, it was when the prince married her. It was quite a boon to the house that such a strong house was taking in a member of a weaker house. It was a strong political move for Harath.
Yeah, interesting. And a peculiar move on the house of Andvira.
And Vera didn't have anything to do with.
I'm sorry.
Nisandwe.
Miss Sandway. I mixed up my houses. Miss Sandway.
No, the prince was truly smitten with the young man.
It is a wonder that such love does not cause a Romeo and Juliet situation within the elven clans.
Oh, those happen from time to time.
I'm gonna pull the e-brake on the cart here for a second. He referred to the princess as a man, so he's aware of this. Mirak's gonna ask, is this common knowledge that the princess of the house, Missandwe, is a man?
It's not. It's something that raises more eyebrows amongst the human lands than it does here.
Good to know.
Yes. I mean, they fell in love when he was still very well. When the princess was still.
Oh, I'm very aware of their love story. Don't worry. I just wanted to make sure I, as a dwarf, understand your elven customs as best as I can.
We're less judgmental about those things.
About those things, but not others.
Oh yes, we're still very, very racist.
Precisely.
You love trees. You just love trees.
Even when the trees hurt you.
I have spent the majority of my life outside of Solomon. I have a different perspective than most of
I hope to one day understand your perspective, because I know that you have knowledge of the plains and of the vast unknowing space. And such political squabbles in one city pale in comparison to the difference from plane to plane to plane. So I would like to distance myself and those who I hold in high esteem. I would like to distance us from any political squabbles or small measures when there is a vast universe for us to explore. I hope you understand my meaning, Aelorn.
He says, he's just kind of like smiling and nodding along as you're speaking. And you realize now that Grev's Edrin has approached and is, taking up his position nearby Aelorn now that Aelorn's come out of his house. And hearing you say this, this massive, like 9-foot tall stone and metal man leans down really low to where he's maybe about a foot away from your face. And he says, "Be careful how you approach that knowledge and research. Do not take the same liberties Master Aelorn has taken." And he stands back up.
Snap.
I exist now in a moment of terror. And I step back.
The same thing we all say in the mirror every morning. Cool.
Aelorn says, "I apologize for Grev's Edrin. He takes his own liberties."
Grebzedrin's the
big
inevitable,
guy.
right?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that guy can do whatever the fuck he wants. Yucks, man.
Do I know what he means by that, having known him? What it was he did that
The whole thing, that that Grev's Edrin is there to like watch Aelorn, not in like a bodyguard way, but more in like a parole officer way.
Mm-hmm.
But you're not familiar with the specifics of it.
very interesting.
All right, so you guys now have a narrowed down search parameter. You've got that information. Is there anything else you wanted to talk to Alorn about before you, I assume, rest for the evening and head out tomorrow morning?
Hey, Alorn, you know that rock that we pulled out of the big angry tree?
Yes, I am familiar with it.
Do you think it would like explode or anything?
I believe that using proper preparations, one could make it explode. I would suggest against such things.
But it's not just gonna like, explode.
Spontaneously, I doubt it.
Okay, cool. That's my question.
I'm gonna ask him if he has any. Seeing as he's fairly high up, does he have a mithril chainmail shirt that we could use for protection against these hill giants?
I do not.
Mm. Okay.
Nice try, pal.
Yeah.
I thank you, my friend, for using your time to help us try locating this dragon's disgusting little hovel full of beautiful things.
And as you guys are, looking at that little white-haired elven girl rushes up with a handful of flowers, and she says, "Alorn, can I give them flowers?" And he says, "Of course you can." And so Alorn hands each one of you. It's like a forget-me-not or something.
I don't know if I like that.
A tear comes to my eye as I look at the little elven girl, and I say, "Do not take me for a fool when I say I will cherish this for the rest of my life, fair maiden.
And she says, "I don't
Place
think
it in
you're
my
cool.
pocket."
I think you're silly."
Uh,
I'm, I don't like that.
Samara would have thought this was really beautiful.
God damn you. God damn you. When we're out of sight of her, I'm going to give my flower to Largo. I'm just going to walk up, and I'm not going to make eye contact with you. I'm going to hand it to you. I'm just going to say, take this shit. I'm going to walk away from you.
I take my flower. Oh, I take it.
I don't like it. I don't trust that. Mm-mm.
Okay. Does anybody else have any specific reactions to this flower?
I near my Jinsana. And I look at the group and I say, do we not need another scroll?
It's a good thing. Takuda, do you want to ask him if he has a scroll of scrying just for insurance? Or locate object, I mean.
Yeah, I do ask him for somebody else because I can't use scrolls personally. I don't think.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, I can.
Mm-hmm.
If it's not on my known spell list.
No, it just has to be on the sorcerer or wizard spell list.
Okay.
However, my use magic device is 18.
Yeah, you also, with your use magic device, you can do most things.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll ask him if he might have some scrolls that could aid us in locating said location.
He says, yes, you prefer one in
an arcane or a divine version.
Arcane, please. I do believe.
I'm sure I have one. Give me a moment. And he heads back into his house. And about 10 minutes later, comes out with a scroll. And says, this one I'll give to you. If you ask for any further favors, I'm going to have to start going with the market cost.
Right. I was planning on giving him something. I was going to give him, we had that headband still, I thought. I was going to give it to him if he had any need of it from the princess, because I don't really want to be seen hawking that anyway.
The circlet of +4 charisma.
Yeah.
You want to give away the circlet of +4 charisma instead of giving it to one of the 3 people in your group who would benefit greatly from it.
That's true.
Hi.
True that. No, we should probably go that route when we go that route.
So yeah, Mirok, Largo, and Godric would all be very.
I was hoping to not get in that situation where we're wearing other people's stuff again. It just seems like so touchy.
I
did
understand
not.
that. We'll probably encounter something that gives us a great opportunity in the future. I say this as someone who, with a +2, has a 25 charisma, so I might not speak for the rest of us.
If you want to make me more charismatic, it's fine, but I'm going to use it for, making dwarves great again. So it's your call.
Bord tucks the small child's flower into the front buttonhole of his bandolier and turns to Largo and says, "What is it with elves and tiny plants?"
It is everything that has to do with the beauty of life in small things, my friend.
All right.
I ask Alorn if he would like a parting song.
Sure.
You're hoping for a no?
Sure.
No, I haven't. It's just I didn't necessarily expect a yes. All right, give me a second. I sing him a lovely song. And the moon it comes at the least possible time. I have a whole thing. But I can't do it. You. So yeah, I sing that, and that's it. I had a whole thing, but I can't perform
Roses
that right
are
now.
red, more like roses to men.
It would be a waste of time.
Do you want to give me a perform check?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. $25.
He waits for you to finish, and then he when you do, he leans over and takes your hand and says, "Thank you very much."
Thank you, Lord. Thank you.
Best of luck with your future adventures. I miss those days.
Come out on the road anytime you want, bud. Bring your friend.
That time has passed for me.
Also, that is not your friend.
He's my fucking friend.
He says, "I don't know. I started to like him. I don't think he thinks much of me, though."
I would hope that he thinks the world of you, but somehow I doubt it.
When the moon is high. Just snapping on the way out of the door.
So Alorn turns and goes back into his cottage, and the little girl follows him in, and Grev Zedrin starts doing his circular patrol about 100 feet out from the cottage. They just leave you to get along on your business.
So we should go back to the inn, rest, and then hit the road, right?
Yeah.
Great plan, Mirak. Let's do it.
Yes.
Let's
Good
do
at sleeping.
I think that's top notch.
Okay. Well, I am going to use the bathroom. And, I was gonna say spellcasters pick your spells for tomorrow, but you guys don't do that. So.
Mm-mm.
We are simple spellcasters.
All right, so real talk. Fuck these elves.
I know. I feel you. Abso-fucking-lutely. But here's the thing: if we continue to piss them off, it does no good.
Yeah, no, I'm not interested in pissing them off. When it was like, oh, you could have brought that guy back the whole time, but like, if we were guilty, you wouldn't have. Like, fuck you, fuck your whole society.
Just like, oh, diamonds are super important. I like Alorn, but also like to the upper class, which Alorn does not belong to, diamonds are less important than he might think.
Yeah, and I'm coming at it from like the life oracle perspective now, from purgatory of like, oh, life is the highest value, and like you could have been saving life and probably other lives, but you choose not to. Like, fuck
Yeah.
you.
Instead, they wanted to desecrate 2 of our own.
Yeah, fuck these elves. Fuck their whole town.
Yeah, we shan't be coming back here too often, which is why I didn't want to get into an obligation with any of these fuckers. And unless we find something that expressly says like, oh yeah, this family was all about dragons, we shouldn't bring it back. However, the family that starts with an H, like the Hersk, they could be involved in some. I don't know. If we find
The Harris?
Yeah, if we find anything that says that a elven noble family could be all about a dragon, we should bring it back. But I'm not about this whole like, well, they were trying to steal your silk. I don't care about it.
I've got weird feelings about that family too. I mean, maybe it's a fucking romance thing, but I just don't buy into, based on what we've seen in the society, that like a very wealthy house is like, yeah, totally marry this like shit house that's on the decline.
And the whole thing with that is that the house that starts with an H, like, is bitter about it. It sounds like they're bitter about it. So
yeah, which why would they be that if they're the underling of that relationship?
Yeah, so they empowered the rival house with a dragon, and in an attempt to overthrow. Now that is an overthrow attempt that we thwarted, but unless we find express evidence about that, I'd rather not spend too much time in Solomon. But that's my theory. I think the H house is like, oh yeah, well fuck you then. We're gonna have your rival house like hang out with a dragon, and that's gonna completely fuck with you. But then we come in and ruin that plan. That's what I think happened. But if we don't find evidence of it, let's let bygones be bygones.
Well,
Who has survival besides me and Uhtred?
Who's what?
Survival.
Nope, not me.
I mean, I can roll it.
Well, yeah, sure.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
honestly,
I got no trained.
The most fucked thing about this whole town is that there's no goddamn rock anywhere.
It's unfortunate.
Dumbass trees.
It is unfortunate.
That means
Even in the
logically they poop into tree toilets. They're monsters.
No, the trees eat the poop. It's a closed loop.
They defecate into the mouths of their own gods.
And their gods thank them with shelter.
Getting out of this shit town.
I just reminded that I got that huge dragon skin folded up on my back too. I just imagine it looked hilarious.
One of these days we're gonna go to Cass, and Mirak is gonna have the hugest boner the whole time.
Not yet, my dwarven friend. Patience.
Is that edging?
I am a student of the world of restraint.
Love it.
I have not been with a gnome woman in nigh on 100 years.
How did I know you were gonna say 9? God damn it.
All right, so
Is there anything you guys are gonna try to get done before you go to bed for the night and get ready for tomorrow?
I don't sleep, so I'm just gonna work on that hide.
Okay.
I can't remember if I used the ability to get those spells where I can work on yokai, fix them up a little bit before I sleep and regain my new spells.
Well, you used, I don't remember if you used Paragon Surge during the fight.
No, I just used the aura sight, I think.
So yeah, if you want to use Paragon Surge to
Fix them up some.
give me a spellcraft check again.
16 plus 18, I think. So lots.
Okay, so 35.
34, yeah.
Okay. So in working on yokai and seeing some of a little bit more of this, you know that necromancy basically uses the soul to fuel the mobility and the volition of the corpse, and in that way, it's like a hardwired battery into the flesh. And you don't get that hardwired concept from Yokai's situation. And as I said, it's a conjuration thing that is holding him to the body. It's more of a possession. It's more of like a spirit possessing an object than it is a necromantic effect of a soul powering a body. So when you normally you wouldn't be able to cast Sculpt Corpse on an undead because it's a single entity, but for some reason with yokai, he seems to be two separate entities: the corpse that is being possessed by the spirit.
Very interesting.
Yeah, it's outside your your realm of study or expertise.
Right.
But you're seeing some of the knowledge, logic behind it, why healing spells work on him, why you can do this, Sculpt Corpse on him and Gentle Repose, which shouldn't work on an undead, but for some reason work on him, because you're not casting the spell on him, you're casting it on his corpse.
He's haunting himself.
So it's like Ghost.
He's a haunted guy.
He's his own chainsaw massacre.
Look, I can make this bag of meat dance.
That's a good one.
Oh shit, that's me.
yeah.
All right, so you do that and refresh his greater Gentle Repose. Okay. So he's got another 8 days before he starts stinking.
Yeah. We should all give our flowers to him.
Fuck those flowers.
No.
So we are of the restings.
Okay, so you rest for the evening and head out into the Elven Wood in the morning.
Yeah.
I got a 19 for my survival to I don't think I can get enough salt from these people at this inn, so I'm not exactly sure what I'm doing with that 19, but
Okay. Well, yeah, you manage, they allow you to use some space in the stables to do this. And you draw somewhat of a crowd watching you tan a dragon hide. This is not something really often. But there's, and it draws the attention of some artisans who are actually tanners by trade. And they start giving you tips and pointing things out, asking you what you're going to do with the hide, and different, none directly ask you if you're willing to sell it to them, but you get the impression that they're trying to figure out whether or not it's for sale and what you're going to do with it, and
You should do it, dude. You're not gonna get a lot of chances. Unless you
Not gonna
plan,
lie.
unless
That's
you got
my-
a plan for it.
That's my street cred right there. I go home and I roll that motherfucker out. Yeah, he's not interested in selling it. But he's not good at bluffing either. So he's just they're gonna probably be able to figure that out. So let's see. Yeah, it's pretty obvious. He's like, oh, I'm keeping this. This is just like this. Just gotta get to stay.
They're once you express that, they're less
Help.
helpful, like friendly helpful. They're more like you're doing it wrong.
But
Yeah.
they're the wings.
Patronizing about it and less, helpful and positive about it. But
Nice.
they continue pointing out what you're doing wrong and trying to get you to do it right.
Saruk, you didn't want the wings, right? I
No,
have
man.
this feeling like Saruk wanted the wings for something. No? Okay. I'd be fine getting rid of the wings because that's kind of a separate part of those are kind of two separate
I think
pieces.
you're getting his other character mixed up. In the evil campaign, his character is getting wings or something.
No, I wasn't that. It was just because he took like teeth and stuff, and for some reason I thought he wanted wings for something. But because right, Dan, it's not one full hide with wings, it's the hide and then two separate wings.
Right, but the wings aren't really worth too much. The thin membrane of the wing skin is not armor worthy.
Right, it'd be like a cloak or something.
Well, I mean, it's also like you still have to tan it, and that would make it hard and brittle.
Right.
It's not scaly hide; it's more like skin.
Okay.
And it's not useful the same
Okay.
way the dragon hide is.
I spend my night doing that.
Okay. All righty. So, are we at the morning yet then? Or has anybody else got something special they want to do? Nope. Okay. So in the morning you head out. Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm still at 31.
What?
I said I'm still at 31 hit points out of 79.
No, oh yeah, you can't rest. Yeah.
Before the morning comes, Godric dumps the rest of his hands on you, and I'm sure Mirok can throw a couple of heal spells. I'm assuming he's topped off before you guys.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to not assume that.
And you're also looking better.
Nice.
Okay. All right. Well, give me a survival check from somebody to get back to the section of the map that you're trying to reach.
That's a 20, and I don't know if Uhtred's doing one too.
Uhtred does not have survival.
I roll some nature to help somehow.
You can try.
If it's like outstanding, maybe I'll help a little bit. It's not outstanding. It's 22.
I mean, you're trying to help and pointing out. I think this type of tree was where we thought, and he's like, yeah, that type of tree is throughout the entire forest here.
Oh, look, there's moss on the north side of this tree. Does that help you?
There's also some on the south side. Look.
Oh, hell. Never mind.
Yeah, you actually, guys, are in the southern hemisphere, so the moss is predominantly on the south side of trees.
I knew that. He knew that. I didn't know that. But he knew that.
So you guys,
So after all the circles, how close are we to narrowing it down, our area?
Well, it's now about maybe 3/4 of a mile across. This, like yeah.
So is our plan to get as close as we think? See if we find anything. If we don't find anything, then try a locate object flying around, something or other like that. I'm asking as we're on our way.
I think that sounds like a good plan. I'm gonna keep my eyes and ears and nose and other orcish senses peeled for fucking traps, cause fuck dragons and fuck hill giants.
Yeah.
I'm trap spotting. I'm your trap guy.
In case I need to say it, I've got mage armor up.
And yeah, that's fine.
While we're walking, can I ask, does anybody know anything about hill giants? And then we can shoot the shit as we're walking.
And I'll be walking.
I have a pretty good nature. Could I roll on nature for that for some info?
Hill giants are knowledge nature.
Okay, sweet.
So if we
I
know they're
only
coming.
rolled a 5, so that's 21.
Okay. They are around 10 to 11 feet tall, built stocky, they look like a sort of primitive humanoid with the jutting brow, sort of hunched stature, thick and muscly, but not very bright.
Hmm.
They're a step above ogres as far as giants are concerned, but they're still significantly a lesser species of giant when you compare them to like fire giants, ice giants,
Mhm.
cloud giants, storm giants.
Can
So
I
maybe
also?
if they're dumb enough that if we engage them in combat, we could just spook them. Like, we're way more powerful than you. Fuck off. And they just scatter.
You imagine illusions would be fairly effective.
Say that again?
You imagine that illusions would be fairly effective.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Can I roll a nature also for some insight on where we might want to keep our eyes peeled for a green dragon? Like if they have specific spots they prefer.
That would be a knowledge arcana.
I could do that too. Arcana be 28.
Okay. Green dragons prefer living in forests. Though usually, like maybe very, very young ones would live in the hollowed out trunks of trees. If they were left to their own devices. But something the size of the one that you fought and slayed would need something more substantial, probably a cave or a burrow or something like that.
Old hill giant house.
They would generally prefer something more natural, not inclined to like ruins or buildings, but something that would be more nature oriented. Though probably on the interior they might, fashion it more nicely, more, akin to what Largo described. But in general, probably a cave or some sort of subterranean, domicile.
So as we continue on, I'm going to roll a survival as well.
Okay.
18.
Okay. Yeah, you're in the woods, and judging by the map and judging by the circles, seems like you're kind of in the vicinity. Bort, can you give me a perception check for traps?
20.
Okay. You don't notice any traps.
All right. I let the group know. I don't notice any traps.
Thanks for checking.
All right. But yeah, it's I mean, you're in the area. How do you want to proceed with the search?
I can offer to fly and see if I see anything by air.
Okay.
I'm gonna cast detect. I'm gonna keep detect magic up, specifically looking for abjuration and conjuration magics.
Okay. Give me roll percentile for me.
Okay. 51.
Okay.
Wow.
All right. Well, you guys are wandering around for a little while, and see. You are. I guess give me a perception check.
20.
You're not really catching anything. You're not catching any significant magical auras aside from coming off of your party.
Feel like I missed something there.
I mean, the percentile was just to see if you happen to be in an area where there would be something.
Okay, so I'm gonna keep that up, looking for the two same magical auras as we continue our quest. So that's my goal. If you need me to roll anything else, you let me know, but I'm gonna keep it up.
Okay. Any other effort that you guys are taking to narrow down?
If we don't have anything specific to go off of, if we're maybe at a standstill and talking about it, I'll go ahead and cast fly and take a look around in this general area.
Give me a perception check.
Rolled an 18. Yeah, it's plus 13, so 31.
Okay. So in this area, it's starting to go up the side of the mountain. So the trees ascend up the side of the mountain. It's not it doesn't give way to rocks or anything, but you basically flying over forests that.
I'll go ahead and sorry. I'll while I'm doing this, obviously, also I will be using detect magic.
Okay. Give me a percentile roll, please.
73.
Near the tail end of the duration of your fly spell, you notice a magical aura coming from an area near the on the slope.
Okay. I do all I can to mentally remember where that is, and I come back and tell the group.
Okay, give me a survival check to find the group.
I did not roll good. 5. Yep, so.
Yeah. So do you want to move away from
the like you see this magical aura, you're like, okay, cool, and then you turn back and you look at the forest and you're like, I have no idea where my party is.
About how, I know I don't know exactly where they are, but how far have I traveled from about that? I just want to know, like, general.
You cast a fly spell. I'll say this has been about 6 minutes.
Hmm.
You're near the end of the duration of your fly spell.
Hmm.
So taking a double move every round would be 120 feet.
Yeah, but am I moving all in one direction, or I guess?
Not really, but
Right.
you moved 120 feet every round for the last 6 minutes. So that's 360, or that's 36 rounds times 120 feet. So you've moved a decent amount of space. Not all in one direction, but as you know, with your survival check, you don't know which
Right.
way.
37, 30, 3,800 feet, something like that.
4,000, about 3/4 of a mile you've traveled.
Okay. I'm just going to try and mentally remember where that is, get close as I can to where I think they are. And I guess if I know my spell's getting close and I haven't found them yet, I'm going to yell out, "Hello, where'd you guys go?"
I roll a perception check.
All right, everybody roll a perception check.
I got an 8.
28.
31.
9.
All right. Well, I mean, with your abysmal survival roll, you actually went away from the group when you went looking for them. So, and through the dense forest, you guys just don't hear. They go to.
Dakuta's lost.
But he saw something magic, but
But he
we
saw
don't know.
exactly what we need to know.
I'm gonna cast Trail of the Rose, Dan, right now, and I'm gonna designate 5 people. I'm gonna designate everyone here with the exception of Godric, I guess. So I think so. Point being, Dakuta, if he crosses the Trail of the Rose, can find us as we wander.
Okay.
If that's going to be the case, right? So if he crosses our paths, then I would say let's stop trying to go in one specific direction.
Are we aware that Dakuta is missing?
Nope.
Is that a concern?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Good. Yeah. Good point. Good
I
point.
would have cast
We
it
need to do that.
anyways. I still would have cast it anyways, but yeah, we may not like split up in a radial pattern.
So,
I mean,
yeah,
I
guess
told
let's
you
keep
guys
going.
what I was doing. I waited till we stopped and were discussing, and I said that I'd take a loop.
We're gonna know
So
something in like 20 minutes.
if any of you have fly, you would know about when that would probably be going out. But
I mean, Largo, do you want to scry on Dakuta?
Sure.
He hasn't been gone that long yet.
He's been gone about 7 minutes.
so you guys could be doing what you're doing, I guess, for a little bit.
So that I'd like to wait till maybe 10 minutes before
seven's
I
no big deal.
scry. But he's been gone for about maybe 6 to 7 minutes. So he no longer has his spell, which means he's on the ground, which is not ideal if he couldn't find us. So let's give it a minute or 2 or 3, and then I will scry. But I've only got 1 scroll of scrying left. So let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Perhaps we should remain here?
Are we trying to be stealthy by any means here in this forest?
I currently am not.
I
But I can
do.
only speak.
I have an arrow that lights up as if a flare, if you might find it useful, but I don't want to draw too much attention.
I think we should stay in the same place and you light that flare. It's like losing
Mhm.
your mom at the grocery store.
Yeah,
Don't go
the
looking. You fucking stay there.
Orcish hornbill, streak in flight. I'll light up a flare.
And I mean, it is, like traveling from Solomon to this location, you guys arrived here late in the day, so it is starting to get a little dark. So that flare is going to be very visible if you shoot it up at this point. So Dakuta, give me a perception check.
Not that great. I only rolled a 2, but luckily that's 15 at least.
You live here now.
Okay. All right. What's your name? Suruk, roll a d8 for me.
Oh, of course I did. I didn't get one out.
Nice damage for brightness.
Nah, just directionality.
Three.
3? Okay. Unfortunately, you kind of arced it away from.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Now, if it was a 6, 7, or an 8, you kind of would have shot it more in his direction. You noticed it, but
Maybe later.
you guys, the woods are fucking wrecking you guys. Same thing happened when you were looking for the dragon. You just
Yeah.
did not roll the survival checks you needed.
I would be thinking I would be doing something along the same lines, and I'm going to silent image a big arrow as big as I can make it, which looks like it would be pretty big, up into the air above me, pointing down.
Okay.
I mean,
Perception check to see that.
I can do it as far as, geez, pretty damn far away, like 500 feet away. I don't need to do that, but up in the air, and it can be really fucking big too. It's like 100 square feet or something.
It's exactly what we want, but also
Yeah.
exactly what we don't want.
Yeah, I know.
Right here.
I know. I could only make it better by like shooting fireballs up into the air or something, but I'm not doing that. Here we come, people.
So yeah, you make like a 30 by 40 foot arrow that's pointing down at you.
Yep.
In the sky. Everyone else give me a perception check.
Rolled.
I am blind.
I did a 5.
Yeah, Mayrock, don't even try. This
I rolled a 1. It's so perfect.
He accidentally saw it.
21.
28. Man.
All right. Well, yeah, anything over a 20 is going to notice this.
I pointed out the board.
Hey, what's that?
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
You see that up there?
Yeah.
No, I can't see
You
anything.
think that's
I'm
what
blind.
to him? now?
Well.
Wait a minute.
Should we head over there?
What do
Is
you
that our-
guys see? Hold on. Before we make any rash decisions, what do you see?
Oh, it's a dragon.
What? It's a dragon.
Bluffs.
Ah,
You would have known it. My bluff's a -2.
I don't believe you.
1 was my roll with that -2.
What do you see? Bort, what do you see?
The woods are talking. But
No,
what do
I-
they say?
What the hell do you mean by that?
What was that?
Someone's playing a clip from a TV show, and I have a feeling it could be very funny, but I can't hear it.
Sorry about that. That's mute.
No, but I just couldn't. I thoroughly would have enjoyed the joke. I almost guarantee it.
Continue.
Well,
You don't see that?
no. Here, let me roll my perception check again. Aided for a +2 by y'all. Still, almost would guarantee that I do not see it if the number is 20.
If you see it, just take us there.
Right, so
And not we're
Bort and Yokai, you say it. Are you guys gonna do anything about it other than point it out?
well, yeah, I just was to like bored. I was like, you want to go check it out, kind of thing.
Yeah, let's go check it out.
As much as I hate the idea of splitting the party, considering what you've described as a giant "we are here" arrow, I'd prefer if we didn't all go with you.
Why would you prefer that?
Because maybe there's people who also saw it and might try to ambush us.
So you don't think we should all be there together as a group?
I don't think hill giants are known for their reading skills, are they?
All right, well, let's just all go then. Fine.
But
I think, yeah,
Boris,
even if
maybe
you're getting
we should
ambushed,
use
killing everybody.
What?
I'm just like picturing this giant arrow appears in the sky, and Bort and Yokai are like, "Hey, look at that! Yeah, you guys see that? No. All right.
I think he's over there. Gang,
Dakuda's like,
you really are blind.
I'm just too short.
I'm not real sure what my excuse is.
he's looking the wrong direction.
Where'd that arrow go?
Yeah. Somebody go get that.
Okay,
Well, I'm down. Let's
Well,
go.
Yeah. Yokai, give me a survival check.
That's 21.
I mean, this was like a 10. Pretty easy to follow a giant light up, arrow in the sky. But yeah, you guys find Dakuda.
Nice.
I'm sorry for the theatrics. I lost you guys, but I did find something. If I can find it again, I saw some magic on the slope of the mountain over there. Maybe it's
like
what
kind
we're
of up
looking
the hill a little bit.
for. Up the hill on the side over our.
So like kind of goes like up the mountain, and then like maybe there'd be some sort of a way that you
Cave?
go inside the mountain. You think something like that?
Let's
see
go
it?
touch it.
Do you see any like houses or buildings or anything?
No, I just detected a magic glow before my fly spell was about to give out, but I got a pretty good idea on the mountainside where that
Yeah,
was.
okay. Well, lead the way. Let's
I
do
mean,
this.
unless you guys found something else.
Just a big light up arrow in the sky.
Yeah, that was pretty.
That was you?
Thanks. That's me.
And some
Wow.
of us didn't even see that.
Yeah, because I got lost, or I lost you guys, I should say.
It's okay.
Sorry, a
Okay,
little
so
scared.
It's okay to be scared, buddy.
I need another survival check for you to try to find your way back to where you saw the magic.
Yeah.
glow.
Well, I mean, I know like on the side of a certain mountain, kind of at least in general, right?
Mhm.
That's good because I still did not roll very good. I only rolled a 5.
All right.
So
So you're like, I think it's over this way, and you start walking, and Yokai's like, the mountain's that way.
okay, well, get me closer to the mountain first, and then I'll be able to tell you better.
All right, here we go. We're headed towards the mountain. It's over that way.
And what time of day should we be looking also for possibly a good place to rest slash?
I mean, it's like 8, 9 p.m.
We're
Okay,
good, man. Let's keep looking.
let's look. Yeah,
There.
I mean it's getting dark, but
It's okay. We got dark vision.
Yep.
So I assume then that Largo is helping you by also detecting magic and looking around? Or is Largo taking another nap?
um, um, I think he was looking for dessert in the forest at the moment,
He's
or
looking on the
maybe
ground.
he's might be draining the lizard. I don't know.
Okay. Well, why don't we go ahead and go with Dakuda giving me another perception check.
That is good. That is 36. No, it's 31.
Well, as you are heading back, and Yokai has pointed you in the correct direction back towards the.
Oh, that mountain. Yeah, that mountain looks better than the one I was looking at.
Yokai's like, yeah, you just had to go uphill.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, but once you go uphill, I remember on the side, kind of there by that hump.
Largo, are you helping Dakuda by detecting magic and keeping your eyes peeled?
100%.
I was hoping for a good 110% out of you, man.
Can you give me a perception check, please?
9.
Yeah, very helpful. But yeah, so Dakuda, you're starting to recognize, because you did take that moment to like, okay, it was this area, this was it. Now let me go find my friends. You're beginning to recognize facets of that area, and after about a half an hour of searching, you do begin to pick up the magical aura that you were looking for.
Nice.
And now that you're on the ground and you're doing this, with purpose, you realize it's an illusory aura, and it's covering like a 30-foot diameter section of the slope.
Oh. I pass that knowledge on, especially to Largo, who is master of illusion.
Yes.
This totally could be the entrance the dragon put his own spells upon.
With that added information, do I gain an aura of illusion with my detect magic? Or should I roll a spellcraft?
Out, like he notices it just on the edge of his of the cone of detect magic, and you have to kind of like hop up on a log to get the right line of sight to it, and you can see the illusory aura on the slope.
Do I see where it begins?
Well, by the time you get to where you can see it, it's like 60 feet from you. That's the distance of the detect magic cone, right?
I would like to walk up to it and interact.
Okay.
Like, say, how are you doing?
I'm going to poke it with a will save of 19. So that I understand that my poke goes through what I see to be the wall of illusion.
Pop the balloon, pop the balloon, pop the balloon.
So yeah, you give me a will save.
19, not super high.
Oh well, it's not a super high DC, and it's it kind of gives itself away. You get a +4 because it detects as magic and it detects as illusion.
Cool.
You get up close and you do a spellcraft check, and you get like it's a permanent illusion spell. You're pretty fucking sure what this is at this point.
Yeah.
It's hard to be fooled.
If you didn't have the benefit of detect magic, you would have a very hard time recognizing
Right.
this. But you got a lot of bonuses to detecting this as an illusion. So
What do I see beyond it?
beyond it, you see a tunnel, a wide tunnel that narrows as it goes deeper.
My friends, come to me and expect to be challenged via your mind. But come closer.
Did you want me to shoot a flaming arrow down this tunnel or what?
No,
I think he
no.
did do that.
I want you
do
to
it.
shoot a flaming arrow down this
You
tunnel.
are
None of
It's
you
not-
see
it's
the
not-
tunnel. None
It's
of
not
you see the tunnel.
flaming, it's just bright.
You're
I'm trying to-
so American.
You said come closer. We all came closer. We're in the tunnel's mouth.
Are you all in the tunnel's mouth, or did you fail the will save of the illusion?
Oh, there's a will save.
Yes.
Like none of you know,
Yeah.
right? So I say come closer and be prepared to have your minds challenged.
Well, if you're
None of you
half
see the
in
tunnel.
and a half out of
Excuse
the
me, I'm so
illusion,
sorry. I'm so sorry.
Everybody roll a will save.
6.
Except you, Mike. You knock an arrow.
No. Oh, that's not gonna be good.
I'm like, that looks like a wall.
8.
23.
15.
13.
Okay. So Bort got an 8. What did Yokai?
6.
6. All right. Yeah, you guys are like, holy shit. You know, Largo can walk through like rock and dirt and shit.
I'm like, I wouldn't trust
Oh,
him.
yeah, that's an illusion.
So the rest of us know it's an illusion. Okay.
Yokai turns confused.
Largo
and-
is passing through solid material. It's a fucking illusion.
Yeah. Cool.
So Yokai and Bort are like, Largo's magic.
All right.
What's
This,
going on?
Largo is magic.
second on through, I say, Saruk, draw, knock, fire.
Dad, chill.
I'm gonna go back outside and tell the two Weenie Hut juniors that don't want to come in it's an illusion.
Well, I mean, they're not scared of it or anything. They just think that you guys are doing magic.
Sure. Okay. I'm gonna go
I
back
grab-
outside and tell P Brain juniors it's an illusion.
I grab Bart's hand and I say, I have the power to make you be able to walk through walls too. And I grab his hand and I pull him through the illusion.
Ah, yes. Magic.
Wow.
Really likes to be led by the hand by elves at this point.
Good point.
I'm poking it and seeing how it's solid.
It's not.
Oh, okay. Then
It-
I'll.
Eventually, you guys recognize that this is an illusion. It just takes a little bit.
I shake my head looking at Bort. I say, he can see this and he couldn't see the arrow? And that. Yeah.
Hmm.
I'm suspicious.
Let's go get some fucking treasure.
Yeah.
This
Hell
has
to
got to
the
be
yeah.
a dragon's lair, right?
So,
Perhaps.
you guys start heading down the tunnel.
I think we should with some dark visiony people at the front.
I'm out front spotting traps, spotting.
We
I'm
got
be-
It's
detect
what I
magic up,
do.
and also, yeah, looking for. I want to look for tracks. Any kind of tracks. I don't need to identify them. I just wonder if there's any tracks.
Yeah,
I have
want to
detect
make a,
magic up.
I want to make a survival check just to see if I can't see any notice of, like, say, a big dragon coming through here on occasion.
Survival.
24.
24. Okay. Yeah, Yokai, you can see in some of the dirt and stuff near the entrance. It looks like large claw prints. And then as they move down the tunnel, as the tunnel narrows, the claw prints give way to humanoid footprints.
Nice.
I point that out.
And then as it goes in further, it's less dirty. There's less soil. It's more like worked stone. And then you lose track of the footprints.
Okay.
Nice.
And
So
Bort, if you're up front trap finding, I'll be like, what, like a charge behind you? So like 60 feet?
I'll be fairly close behind with detecting magic.
Okay. Largo, Dakuta, and Godric have low light vision.
Yeah.
It's getting late. You guys are going into a dark, tunnel. About where it goes from like a 30-foot wide tunnel to a maybe 10-foot wide tunnel. You guys, there's not enough light for you to see anything.
I cast light on my staff.
They can also follow the trail of the rose, though. It's not a visual thing.
Okay,
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
follow the trail, but they can't see where they're going.
Yeah, totally. I'm just implying they wouldn't get lost.
Yeah,
I
no,
cast light on my staff as well.
line. Okay, so you light up the tunnel, and it's not an exceedingly long tunnel. It maybe goes into the mountain about 100 feet before it opens into a larger chamber. And this chamber is circular. It's maybe 20 or 30 feet tall in the center, a slightly domed ceiling. In the center of the room, those of you with Tech Magic up, notice a faint magical aura on a small metal device that's sticking out of the floor, maybe 6 or 7 inches. And on the far side of this room, you guys can see, maybe 70, 80 feet away, there is a, let me make sure I get the materials right on this. An iron reinforced bronze door. And you see this otherwise somewhat empty room from the tunnel entrance that you guys are standing on the opposite side from this door.
I got a 16 detect or spellcraft on the thing sticking up from the middle of the room.
From here, without getting closer and taking a good look at it, you can't get the specifics, but it looks like an abjuration aura.
All right. Could I roll a knowledge dungeoneering on the same?
Sure.
That be effective? Well, a 17.
Okay. It looks to be like a mechanical device in the middle of a dungeon. So everything in your head is screaming trap.
Yeah.
Right. So I was gonna say.
Bort, give me a perception check.
31.
Okay. Yeah, it's a mechanical device in the middle of a dungeon.
It's a trap.
You're getting
My
that vibes. You're also noticing that there seems to be some sort of like recesses and something surrounding that mechanical device in the center. You also notice near the ceiling along the walls, there seems to be some sort of script written in like a band across the top of the wall, this big circular chamber.
I got a spellcraft check of 34. If that adds to any of the information on that.
From this distance, you're getting abjuration. You'd have to like examine
But
it.
is it only on that middle thing, or is there stuff around it as well?
It's the only aura you're getting, and it's faint. It's
Okay.
not exceptionally strong, but it is it's a weak abjuration aura.
And how big is this room?
It's about 70, 80 feet across.
Well,
And
Let's
the
approach.
entrances and exits.
Just the door across the room from you and the tunnel you're in right now.
How high up is the ceiling that has the writing on it?
Where the writing is about 12, maybe 15 feet off the
Okay.
ground. And then the room has a slight dome to the center.
I'm going to cast Comprehend Languages, and I'm going to read what's on the ceiling and hope it doesn't blow up like last time.
Okay.
just read it in your head.
That's what I'm gonna do.
All right, as you are, from where you are and with your limited vision, like just looking up, like taking a step into the room and looking at the writing because it seems to encircle the entire room. The portion that you can see from where you are says 5, 6, 12, and 20, no mouth to speak but.
And do I
Oh.
not see the rest because it goes out of my field of vision or what?
Because you can only see 30 feet.
Okay, well then I'm gonna keep following along that sentence.
Okay, so you walk into the room and start going around the perimeter to read what's written on the roof.
Yes.
Okay. So so it from where you could start seeing it, it said 5, 6, 12, and 20. No mouth to speak, but teeth aplenty, always full and ever empty. And at this point, you're basically on the far side of the room from the entrance near the door. And here you feel like this is where it actually starts.
Okay. 5, 6, 12, and 20. No mouth to speak, but teeth aplenty. Continue. And then I'm just gonna like draw a line for where it should start.
Can you read it?
Oh, yeah. Let me pin that.
I can
one
read
second.
that. Yeah. Always.
Okay,
full,
above
never-
the king, but beneath the gentry, numbered 5, 6, 12, and 20. No mouths to speak, but teeth aplenty, always full, but ever empty.
And
Keep that right there.
always full and ever empty.
And ever empty, yes. Above the king, but beneath the gentry, numbered 5, 6, 12, and 20.
What are the rest of you doing? Are the rest of you doing as Mirok wanders into the room?
I'd follow him, man. I'm more interested in getting a better look at what this is in the middle without. Just-
Nakudo, what languages do you speak?
I speak Common, Elven, Sylvan, Dwarven, Goblin, and Draconic.
This is written in Draconic.
I think, okay.
Uh,
Oh, that is what he's reading? Okay.
You walk into the center of the room, cautiously, and you see in the middle of the room, this is laid out around that central device.
Uh-huh.
The central device is this little part here. The rest of this is designs recessed into the floor. And each one of these little multicolored rods seems to be a handle of some sort that is laying in a recess in the floor. And this device in the center seems to be a mount for a lever.
Mount for a lever, which is not there.
So it's like a semicircle, on two sides, and then it's an open space in the center with like a cylindrical hole that a pole could be stuck into and pulled to move, from one side to the other. So it looks like the mount for a lever that would be like the release for something, but there is that abjuration aura coming from it. And now that you're close enough to see it fairly clearly, the abjuration aura seems to be an alarm spell.
Oh boy. Well, if it's going to the dragon, we don't have to worry.
Though you're not sure mechanically what it would do otherwise. Also, give me a knowledge nature check.
25.
Okay. So scanning the levers that you can see, or the handles that you can see, this one seems to be made out of wood. This one seems to be made out of bone. This one seems to be made out of bronze, iron, brass, and copper.
So does it look like those different handles we choose and put in the center part to manipulate it?
That would be your best guess.
All right.
I wonder if that junk from the floor has anything to do with this over here.
Well,
Just
surely,
wondering.
yeah, surely this riddle is maybe the key to how to manipulate this. But yeah,
What are the symbols
boy,
on the floor, Dan? Some of them seem clear, but some look a little vague.
there's like
Bird,
a
a book, a boat, a basket, a bull, and a block.
box.
It's bubba bubba bubba.
Beautiful.
Word.
Basketball, block,
In-
bird, book. What's the thing on the far left?
Boat.
Boat?
Boat.
I was thinking like a papal crown.
Mm,
That or it's an iron, but it doesn't have a handle on it. I think it's a boat.
I was thinking the basket was a drain plug, but I think basket is right.
That's bewildering.
Numbered 5, 6, 12.
Above the king and beneath the gentry, that could be a bird, I guess. I don't know. What's
Well-
gentry? Is that like common folk?
The
no, it's
gentry
like
is
the-
above the common folk.
Yeah, it's like above the common, below nobility.
the-
It's like the merchant class. No.
5, 6, 12, and 20. Numbers. Fuck. Have
No
to-
mouth to speak, but teeth aplenty.
So 5 times 2 is 20. 6 times 2 is 12. Just spitballing here.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it all adds
doubles.
up to 43.
It all adds up to 43, and it is doubles.
Always full and ever empty.
No mouth to speak, but teeth aplenty. No mouth to speak.
But teeth aplenty. What has teeth? The piano? What they call those teeth?
A
Keys.
saw.
Keys.
Yeah, I was thinking a clock.
A comb.
Gears.
Ooh, gears. Yeah, clock. Oh my, here we go.
Like the numbers could fit in there. I don't know.
Yeah,
Soft.
absolutely.
Always
There's no
full.
6 point. There's no
What would
6
be
point.
beneath, like a common kind of person that wouldn't be beneath a king? Or a merchant class person?
I thought it was, if it's a riddle, it could be a bird. Because a bird can fly above the king, but it's still below
There, yeah.
common.
Clergy of some sort. Would they be considered really, low? I don't know.
But would anything above the king be below the common folk? That's why it seems like it.
But birds have mouths,
Yeah.
unless it's a
No, I'm
segment.
thinking each of these lines is separate. Like the first
yeah.
one could be like a bird. Second
Right.
one, what could that mean? Maybe something in a book.
A sequence.
Right.
It's a sequence
Yeah,
of images.
yeah, exactly. And you can move this to those. No mouth to speak, but teeth aplenty.
Always full and ever empty. My guess would be
basket.
the boat or the basket for that.
Do you think the metal composition of the rods has any impact?
Are they different?
Yeah.
And what was it again? One was wood, one was metal.
Bone. One was copper. One was iron.
Okay. So the wood lever or the wood handle is beneath the bird. The bone is beneath the book. The bronze is beneath the boat. The iron is under the basket. Brass is under the bull, and copper is under the box.
Box. Okay.
I fucking missed that. I'm sorry, y'all. I missed those different compositions.
So at this point, only Dakuda has come close enough to really inspect this. Is anybody else?
I come close. I come close with Dakuda.
I come over once I've finished transcribing what's on the ceiling.
Do I sense any different magic auras from anything in this particular set of things? Or is it all the same magical aura?
There seems to be just the magical aura of abjuration.
Yeah, alarm.
In the central device.
So mechanical. So if we do this mechanically wrong, it's going to set off the spell alarm.
The alarm that could have already went off. That probably already went off when we got close.
Detecting is magic. Everything else seems mundane.
Above numbered. No, always A-N-N-A. Anna.
So I think below, above the king, below the gentry. I think that's like, hell yeah, bird.
Five, 6, 12, 20.
I mean, that kind of goes with the book.
I think that goes with the bull, numbered 5, 6, 12, and 20, because you count them in heads by the
You what?
twos. No mouth to speak, but teeth aplenty. That seems like the bull to me. Sorry.
But it's got a mouth.
Right.
No
Yeah.
mouth to speak. Right. No mouth. Well, no mouth to speak.
They all
There's-
seem tenuous. None of them seem like they click. All these seem
Right.
like, yeah, that's okay. But I'm thinking like AP exam, what's the best answer?
Right.
Never full and ever empty. To me,
Always
seems like the
full.
boat.
Always full and ever empty.
Always full and ever empty. I think that's the boat. Because it is
Oh,
full of people but empty of water. Oh shit.
What? Yeah, they're all
The basket.
It could be
That
the
could be the
box.
basket.
yeah, the
Damn it.
basket and the box could both also.
Yeah, damn it.
Why do y'all? Hey, what are y'all looking at over there?
Mike, fire an arrow.
What makes you consider these related? Their position on the walls.
What do you mean?
What relates this hexagon to these words?
The words are on the ceiling, and I point up.
Are they on a particular side? Like, does the book have any certain words on its side, or the bull? has
Oh,
words
yeah,
on
there
its
you go.
side?
Sure. Ask the DM.
Yeah.
He disappeared.
And they're draconic, so
So the riddle, where it starts with above, is on the far side of the room, kind of here. You guys
Okay.
enter from here. So like above is right here, and then the riddle goes around the room. So it'd be like above the king, but beneath the gentry, numbered 5, 6, 12, and 20, no mouth to speak, but teeth aplenty, always full and ever empty. Kind of in that general
Thank you.
orientation.
And where is that big? You said it was a bronze door with iron iron cladding right there.
This isn't a massive thing. Like each one of these handles is maybe about 2.5 feet long. So this is only 7 or 8 feet across.
I'd like to look at the rest of the room. If this is only one little thing here, what's in the rest of this area?
Did you say alcoves?
Nope, it's empty. Flat stone floor, flat stone walls, circular room, slightly domed ceiling. Just the tunnel you came in and the iron reinforced bronze door in the opposite direction from the tunnel. And otherwise, it seems to be, like hewn stone of the same material that the mountain's made out of.
Anybody got any ideas?
So we got to put one of those rods in that fucking lever orifice and pull it, and it opens up that door. So we got one rod to put in that lever, and then it opens up the door. That's the only thing that I see, right? So we got to choose one of them.
Well, does anybody have any engineering skill?
I have a little bit. Let me see.
Can you look at this and see if this is a single action lever or if it might like rotate, and it may be a combination.
Like
You
a
might have to-
combination lock
Yeah,
as
you
it
might have to
were
move
like
it
a switch.
multiple directions or something.
Yeah. I'll do a check.
Okay.
It's not great though, so I probably won't learn much. A 14 says there's a hole in the center of this.
Okay. So do you have engineering or are you doing dungeoneering?
I do have both of those actually.
Okay.
Which one am I doing? I'll do engineering. This seems like the right move. Anyway, it was a 14.
Okay. Your best guess would be that the lever somehow opens the door.
Do I have any idea? I don't know whether this being a draconic, the script, maybe the symbols used, or if this is a common thing. Can I roll either Arcana or something to have an idea of a better idea than Dakuta might have than I have of what's going on with this?
So like, seeing if Dakuta is smart enough to solve the riddle.
No, not even not that, but just like if this is reminiscent of something, like this is the kind of thing. It doesn't, not that it would solve the problem, but what it is we're looking at. I don't know. That made sense.
I mean, that seems like it would fall under knowledge dungeoneering.
Okay.
And like this kind of a device in a dungeon. You're just talking about something that's experience or study on the likelihood of finding such things and what their purpose is in a certain setting. Is that what you're trying to ask?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that would probably fall under knowledge dungeoneering. Knowledge arcana would really only relate to the magic, which you pretty much figured out. You're not seeing any auras other than that alarm spell.
Oh no.
You guys want me to try one of those levers?
No, because it's gonna set off an alarm spell, and it might be that it was already set off, but it maybe not, and we might not want to encounter it.
Oh.
He said bird.
Dan, when I was
For instance, asking about like local government structure, Did I get a sense of any significant numbers? Because I'm just thinking there's 12 elven houses, and that's one of the numbers in this riddle.
12 elven houses plus the Lord and the Lady. But they're selected from the elven houses. There's no separate thing for that.
Okay, so there's no dots Mirok would connect with 5, 6, 12, and 20 to like the elven government.
No, I mean, you know that. I mean, if you're digging for information on symbology,
Yeah.
fairly common. 6 is considered a holy number because it corresponds to the basic, compass of divinity. The duality of life, death, law, chaos, good and evil. So a lot of religious symbology revolves around a hexagon. 5. Most races have 5 fingers or 5 toes. The 12 might have something to do with the elven houses. No idea about 20.
Yeah, I'm just thinking it's like a clock, like 20 is like 8 p.m.
But I mean, all of it is just like, yeah, those things could relate somehow, but
Yeah. None of them are solid.
yeah, you're basically, you're reaching for symbology and numbers, and that's the best you're coming up with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All of our answers feel like they don't click.
The door that we came up on, it was sealed and locked, I'm assuming.
The door that is on the opposite side of the room,
Yeah.
the handle has it's set into the wall. You don't see any way to open it.
I don't have any ideas.
I mean, I think I'm inclined towards it seems like there's not one correct rod, but probably 4 rods. And I do think the first line lines up the most with the bird. I feel like that's
That's
our
what I think,
closest
too.
solid
Yeah.
answer.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah.
So I would be
Other-
curious to at least maybe pull that and just see.
Is there space that you could put in 4 rods to that thing, or just space to put in 1?
At this point, none of you have told me that you've given like a close, careful examination of the device. So I'm assuming you're all kind of looking at it from the outside of that hexagon. From that position, you're only seeing the one hole that looks like.
I'll move up into the center part as long as nobody. I'll look at like Largo and Dakuda and motion and walk in there, but I'll give them a chance to like wave me off. Okay,
That's
nobody
fine.
waves me. I do that.
Yeah,
Okay,
you're a Soviet dog.
From
Yep.
from looking at it from closer up, you still only see that one slot where a handle could be inserted.
Which one?
Put the bird in, then put the box in, then put the Put the bird in,
I'm doing the
Put
bird.
the bird.
in,
Just
put the
bird
boat
in.
in, and then put the basket in.
Okay, so you go for the handle with the bird.
Yep.
Okay, so that's the wooden handle.
Yep.
Pick that up. It seems pretty light, and you slide it into the lever mechanism. Okay. At this point, I'm being generous and assuming that Largo and Dakuda are keeping up detect magic.
Yes.
Yeah.
You see the alarm spell activate and dissipate.
All right.
And then Yokon, you attempt to switch, pull the lever.
Yes.
Okay. Give me a strength check.
All right, hold on one second. $16, so 20.
Okay. You give it a nice strong pull, and the wooden handle seems to be little and it snaps from distance.
Snapped in half.
Yep.
Wasn't right.
Mechanism does not move. Does not move.
Okay. I'm thinking about the second line, numbered 5, 6, 12, and 20. A box, if it's open,
Yep,
has 5 sides, 6 if it's closed, and then double that if you count interior surface planes.
Exactly.
So I think the box is number 2.
No mouth to speak, but teeth aplenty is a boat
Why?
because
I don't know the teeth of plenty for a boat, but I'm grabbing the box one if
Well, the box needs to be. I think it needs to be sequential. So something else needs to come before the box.
ooh, no mouth to speak, but teeth aplenty. That might be the book. Ah, fuck. Okay, I just lost it. Never mind.
Teeth. How does a book have teeth?
I don't fucking know.
Yeah. I think we've got a hard thing here with the box. I feel good about that. So maybe we can build out from there.
No mouth. I was thinking a mouth. Yeah, I was thinking a river, right? And the boat.
Yeah. Maybe. I can
No,
see
but
that.
a river has a mouth. I was
Yeah,
thinking
but it says
something-
no mouth to speak. But
No mouth to speak. Right.
Right,
Yeah,
but it
yeah.
could still be a mouth. And there's plenty of teeth in a river.
Rocks that
which
you
a
can
boat
fuck your
might be
boat up
on.
on.
It
Yeah, so
just
I can
seems
see
like
that.
a reach.
I can see that being a boat.
It's not about like seeing it though. It's about like yes. It's got to
Well,
feel like yes.
Well, the box is still not yes.
I
The
feel like the
most-
box is yes. I feel 5, 6, 12, and 20 is the box.
Like,
the
I
most
agree
yes
with
I
you,
thought
but-
was the first one. That one was not right.
Did the
I'm
first
totally
one
up for
number two?
doing the second one, but the thing is, are we worried about doing the second one before doing the first one, or was that first one good enough, even though it didn't seem to work? Because that one seems to be bird to me, but I don't.
Because
I don't know.
the alarm activated but then stopped.
Well, it just notifies once.
Well, and then
probably.
the rod, so alarm that if something's coming because of the alarm spell, it's already on its way. And then the
Right.
rod broke.
Yeah, the alarm didn't seem to go off when the lever was pulled. It seemed to go off when the lever was slotted.
Yeah. And the metal in front of the box is copper.
Yes.
Okay.
Above the king, but beneath the gentry. That could also be the bull. Because if you look at like the Brahmin in India.
Yeah, but what is it here?
It's a bronze for the bull.
No, I mean, yeah.
It's brass. Maybe.
Say again?
Brass.
Brass. Okay, brass.
Above the king, but beneath the gentry could be the bull.
I feel like the materials of the rods is significant.
The only reason I said it made sense with the bird is because the bird can fly above a king.
Yeah, but like a gentry would be like, fuck that bird, it just shit on me, man.
Right, right. I don't see how the bull fits that, but
And cattle. I just don't see how the bull's above a king.
right.
Did I do it
Well,
wrong?
in certain mythologies, it is. I don't know how that relates to Dan's world, but
Right.
Well, I mean, we could roll a knowledge check on that.
yeah, I don't have anything.
So
that would say that.
bird, box, boat.
Dan, I'm going to roll a knowledge religion on bull symbology in regards to elven and draconic culture, if I can.
Hey,
All right, not bad. Knowledge religion is 10. Okay, a 23.
Okay, let's see. As far as elves go, bulls are fairly non-existent in there.
Hmm.
They are, pack animals that roam plains. They're herd animals, and elves shy away from domesticating animals to eat.
Hmm.
So it's just not. It's not a real, like bulls, cattle are not a major part of their, culture or mythology. As far as dragons, lots of dragons like to eat cattle. They're a large, prey animal that offers a significant amount of meat. So they're generally mostly considered to be food sources. Um,
Yeah, I wouldn't put him above a king.
Can
yeah, none of like, you're not really, some gods have like a particular animal, see certain animals as, avatars or harbingers or whatever, but none are coming to mind as a,
Always full and ever empty kind of could fit with book.
Yeah, it's either the book or the basket, I think, for always full and ever empty.
I was thinking the
I don't
basket.
understand when the basket is empty though. Like if
An
when it's
empty basket is filled with air.
so is that empty box.
And the boat.
That's fair. That's true. I
The
don't
book
fucking
has
know.
got writing in it, and then isn't that some sort of a?
I feel like we're missing something here.
We're
Yeah.
missing a
Is it-
huge part of we don't have enough information to solve this riddle.
No,
Could-
we
don't have-
probably have more than we need.
As using knowledge dungeoneering, could I do a slow walk around trying to compare? I know I don't speak, I believe, Draconic, but could I? Is it carved in the stone? Is it
We're saying
inlaid?
it out loud for you to know.
Right, the material.
the riddle that is carved into it's carved into the stone.
Okay, great. Would a close examination using knowledge dungeoneering of this hexagon improve anything? If I do real good, if I do real good.
Knowledge engineering check.
Yeah. Okay, how about a 21?
I mean, it looks like a lever that's used to open.
Oh, jeez.
It seems like, I mean, without getting into the complexity of it, seems like, just, a handle in that lever.
Yeah.
Activate the door.
Dan, I hate to ask this question again because I know you said it a million times, but I got wood, copper, iron, and what are the other materials?
Bone, brass, and bronze.
Bone, brass, bronze. Cool. Thanks.
Oh, brass, bronze, bone. Wait, brass, bronze, bone. What were the other ones?
Wood
Iron and what?
iron, Wood.
Iron, wood, and copper.
Okay. Huh.
I hate to say, yeah, above the king, beneath the gentry, that could be wood, but we already tried that because it's the fucking bird.
I mean, above a king, I'm thinking a crown. I'm thinking precious metals and things like that. I don't
Right,
think
but it wouldn't also be below the gentry.
If it
if they're
comes from the
using it for
ground.
currency exchange, it would be
Oh, like a bronze,
coppers. I don't know.
coppers.
If it was gold, yeah, I'd say it's fucking gold, but there's no gold here.
Always full and ever empty could be fucking everything except for the bird and the bull, man.
I'm also really just fixating on the start of every sentence spells the name Anna. I don't think that's relevant, but my brain's stuck on it.
If it spelled the name Samara.
That would be dope.
Well, you also have to recognize that it's written in Draconic, so it doesn't spell what it spells in English.
That's a very good point. Yeah.
The same with bull, bird, book. Don't start with the same letter.
Yeah.
And bone and brass, but not the others.
Box. Bull. Why the B though? All the B's though. That
Do you want to
doesn't.
just keep trying them? Just keep trying another one?
I mean, I'm down.
Brute forcing this.
Yeah, I'm down. So it could be telling us which direction to go, right? So we started with the bird. That might have been a mistake, right? Maybe the bird was our starting point, and then it's telling us whether or not to go towards the book or towards the box. So if it's above the king, and then numbered 5, 6, 12, and 20, well, that would turn towards the box. And mouth to speak, but teeth aplenty, that would be the bull, because the bull cannot speak, but it has teeth. And then always full and ever empty. The basket is something that we think could fit that definition. So it could be the basket.
I think just put the fucking box rod in there. Let's see.
Yeah.
I think put the basket rod in there. Man.
As Mirok says that, I grab the box
The
rod.
box rod.
If somebody stops me, I will. But
No.
Mirok says that as people are fighting, and I'm still standing there. I'll do that.
All right, so you take out the bottom of the wood lever is still in there.
Oh, it's snapped off.
Yeah, you broke the wooden handle. The bottom of it is still stuck in the mechanism. You pull that out.
Look it out.
I'm gonna try to put this one in first.
It's
Why?
stuck. It's like blocked by broken wood.
I stick it in my ear. Does that help?
Well, I mean, I'm gonna do it, and if not, then I'll take that thing out. But yeah, that's what Yokai's doing.
Yeah, okay. You pull out the wooden chunk and you slide in the copper handle and give me a strength check.
Oh, I probably don't break that one. That is 6.
Okay. You pull the lever and it moves from the side towards the door to the side towards the tunnel, and
The door opens.
Yep.
Yeah.
Why?
Go.
Maybe the box fit all of the things, but
I don't. That's what I'm thinking, but I don't see it. The teeth.
We might be.
look, fuck this
Accidentally
tunnel. We
smart.
all stay here.
All right. Let's go. Let's go through the door. The riddle doesn't. If the box is the answer, then the riddle is meaningless.
Don't we have to put in 2 more?
No,
We
the
don't
fucking
know.
the gate opened. Let's go through the gate.
Okay.
Is there
I'm waiting for-
magic on the gate? Or
Just
is it all
imagine Yokai
mechanical?
saying that. Okay.
None that you see. You don't see any magic.
All right. Somebody else go first.
Port's going first.
I'm
Spawn
right
for
behind
traps.
Right behind you, buddy. Life linked. Still.
Oh, life
Detecting
link.
magic.
It doesn't go away till I dispel it.
Hello.
So past the door, you can see that the room beyond is lit. And it's a short hallway that leads into what looks to be some sort of a parlor. It's got, the stone walls are smoothly worked and shaped, and have a sort of faux brick finish to them. Like there's no cement, and it looks like the wall was just stone shaped to look like brick to make it look more fashion. There's wooden furniture in here, a coffee table, some armchairs.
Largo, does this look familiar?
Sorry, I was Googling box teeth. I'm sorry.
There's a bookshelf. There's a desk, and near the desk, you can see that there is a bunch of empty potion bottles and spent scrolls, just kind of like laying in disarray on the desk. And on the corner of the desk is this sort of orange reddish bound leather tome that has 5 spirals meeting in the center. Matches the description of the book that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this is it. This is the scrying room, and there's the book.
There is another door that moves further in. It's like you come into the room from the heavy brass door or the bronze door, and then to the left there's a wooden door that, you know, and all of this area is human sized, made for human.
Detecting magic, picking anything up of the items.
There's a faint residual of magic coming from the empty potion and spent scroll.
Can I get some dregs from that potion bottle?
The book that you guys are looking for has a very faint magic aura to it, though you can't place it. It seems nondescript.
Survival 26, just to look at the potions to see when I thought they might have been drank, if that's a thing that I can do.
It's a perception check or an alchemy check to identify.
All right, perception will be better than that. Perception would be 30.
Fairly certain that those were healing potions.
No, not what they were, but like somebody just drink them.
Hard to say for that. Like if this, like perception is judging the taste. So,
Cool. That's why I was going more survival, but that's fine if I can't do that.
It would be more like an alchemy thing to see, you know, what the process of the deterioration of the components would be. Inside this room, as far as magic items, there is a wand that's also sitting on the desk that detects this magic. It's got a conjuration aura.
I approach it and roll a spellcraft. 12.
I mean, you've seen this enough times. It's a wand to cure light wounds.
Oh, wand to cure light wounds. Okay, there's a wand to cure light wounds here. Whoever might.
Who
want
would that benefit the most? I have one.
I don't need one. I got one too. Dan, I'm gonna, since I still have comprehend languages up, I'm gonna be reading the spines of any of these books, documents, and just seeing if there's anything Mirak would determine relevant from a quick scan of the room.
Well, half of the books on the shelf seem to be different literature books, and they seem to lean towards the vein of like, in this world, Sun Tzu's Art of War, and The Prince, and so, like things about manipulation, tactics, and philosophy, and how to control and overcome your enemies. That would make sense for a green dragon to want to study. Them to be very manipulative and deceitful, or at least that's what you've been hearing from other people who seem to be more knowledgeable about dragons. The other half of the books all seem to be journals.
Okay. Okay. So I don't see anything that jumps out about House Harath or
the journals.
Any of the Elven houses. I mean, I can read journals all day. We'll be here a while.
I'm going to take the journals and put them in the handy haversack. How many individual books are they?
About 25.
25. Into the haversack they go.
And there's one journal that's on the desk.
All right, pick that one up. I want to read that shit.
Scanning through that, it's written in Draconic. You know, you recognize the symbols from the previous room.
I can translate.
I got it. I got comprehend languages.
Yeah. So it basically reads, you know, as a diary, cataloging, you know, the you know, political attempts that she's making in the court. You go back a couple of pages, you can see references towards, you know, adding some more coin to her hoard or trading an item, an art object for a certain amount of money. Like, basically, it seems like she just keeps track of every fucking thing she does and writes it down.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I don't see anything that jumps out to me readily here, but I get the sense that everything she's done, she's documented. She doesn't seem to be obfuscating or hiding any events in these journals.
I mean, if she is, it's in some sort of code that the cursory examination you're giving isn't throwing up any flags.
Okay.
And it looks like the last entry in the journal that was on her desk was from the day before you killed her.
It says, "Happy birthday, Mom."
No, it's a fairly boring explanation of like the 37th day of deliberation over, you know, a decision in the court whether or not to add an additional tree to a certain garden.
Fucking elves. All right.
She's basically like fucking elves is you know, part of what she's saying there.
Yeah. Cool. I toss.
Side with this family, then I can, you know, use that later. So she's taking everything seriously as far as the politics are concerned.
Okay.
Exception about a fucking tree.
Yeah. I'm gonna put this in the haversack with the other 25 and tell Largo if there's anything valuable in here, it's gonna take us a while to comb through and find it.
Yes, sir.
What about the first journal?
Yeah, sure. I take out the first journal, as I understand them to be in chronological order, the first one on the shelf, and I start to leaf through it.
Okay, do you speak Draconic?
In no way.
Okay.
Give it here, buddy.
I will give it to Mirak.
All right. So, Mirak, you start to leaf through it looking for anything that stands out, and about halfway through this first journal, you see a diagram of the apparatus in the previous room.
Fuck. Okay.
And it explains how the riddle is pure nonsense. And the whole concept of it is to make people spend as much time in that room as possible, setting off the alarm so she can come and protect her hoard.
Damn it. I almost
Clever
said that too. I
bitch.
was like, if it was like, I said, if the box is the answer, the riddle is meaningless.
You did say that, yeah. All right. I spit on the floor when I read that.
I hope you guys don't hate me.
No, that's wonderful.
No, yeah, because I was just like, this makes no fucking sense, but I don't want to say that because Dan wrote this.
This riddle isn't nearly as good as the last one.
Yeah, no, the whole point is for people to sit there and go, God, if we get this wrong, she's going to come and kill us while she's coming to kill you.
Yeah. Damn it, that's the one time our behavior would have been rewarded. Try them all. Fuck it.
And that journal starts about 50 years ago.
50 years ago?
150.
Okay.
And she does make reference to her father helping her with that whole apparatus and you know.
Does she name her father? Damn it. All right.
We should bring these books to Oh damn it! I had it in my head, but it just left me.
Marcotte?
The dwarf. Yes, Marcotte.
Yeah. Maybe. Let's read them all first.
Okay.
Do any of these books have big pictures in them? In the
As
picture books?
far as I'm aware, all of them except for the one that Mirok is looking at right now are in the handicap center.
That is the case.
Saruk, I do wave you over and I say, there's a picture, pop-up picture right here, bud. Pop-up. Can you come over?
Oh yeah.
I snap the book right on your nose.
Oh.
Is there any other exits from this room, or is this the only?
Yeah, there's one more door that leads further.
Okay.
Apparently.
What do you suppose is behind that door there?
Check it for traps, Bort. Oh, geez.
Okay. I give her the once over.
Okay, give me a perception check.
It's a whole room full of mithril shirts.
It fucking better be 25 or trap finding 28.
Okay. It is not trapped.
Does it have a traditional handle?
Yes, it does.
I open the door.
It opens.
Hey guys.
Sorry, one other thing. The room was lit. There are two continual flame candles in a candelabra hanging from the ceiling.
Ooh.
That would have come up when you guys looked for something magical. In the next room, there is a similar candelabra hanging from the ceiling. This room is more like a bedroom. It's got a couple of wardrobes. It's got a 4-poster bed with like the princess curtain hanging over top. Dresser, vanity, a bunch of different, basically what you'd expect in a bedroom. And then there's another door on the far wall from the door you came in.
I'm going to detect magic within the bedroom.
Okay, within the bedroom, you detect a faint magical aura coming from the nightstand.
Scar? No.
I approach the nightstand while also rolling a spellcraft check. My spellcraft check is only 13.
Okay, let me just double check.
It's a bad idea to go through the nightstand. Never know what you'll find.
It's an abjuration aura. And it's coming from inside the nightstand. It's not coming from the nightstand.
Okay, wonderful. So I open a drawer on the nightstand or a cupboard.
Mm-hmm.
What do I see?
Yeah, you open a drawer, and inside there's a small book, like a Penny Dreadful sort of thing, entertainment style novel. There are a few pieces of jerky and a wand.
Might I roll a spellcraft on the wand?
Your previous spellcraft is going to count, and you can't. It's not high enough.
I will take the unknown, or actually, I will bring the wand to. Where is he? He disappeared. I'll bring the wand to Dakuta and say, "What dis be?"
I'm here.
Oh, okay, I just can't see you. Dakuta, I found this this here wand. Oh, there you are. I found this this here wand, and I'm just wondering what kind of wand is it? I can't tell.
You had trouble. Since you had trouble doing it, I'll go ahead and throw an identify on it. Then I'll roll for spellcraft. I rolled a 14 plus 18 is 32 plus 10, so like 42. The answer is 42.
Hey.
It is a wand of non-detection.
Ah,
Well, we found it.
And it has, hold on, wait for it. It has 5 charges left in it.
I'll take that. Thank you.
very good.
What type of wand was it?
Non-detection.
Hmm. And this is a bedroom, and this is all we've seen.
Yep. There's one that goes
Whoa.
further into the system. Or
What do you suppose is behind this next door?
Mm-hmm.
A brand new car.
Is it fucking treasure? Is it gold?
Treasure.
Some good stuff?
Well, Bort, I would think that you'd want to make sure that it's not going to hurt us first.
I'm gonna check it for traps. With a perception check. I'm just nailing these. 32.
Okay. It is not trapped, but it is locked.
Is there a key in that dresser, Wargo?
I didn't see a key in the nightstand, but you're certainly welcome to look. I saw some jerky and a fun book.
Some
Well,
jerky, eh?
we're not in a rush here, are we, gang?
Oh, I've eaten the jerky.
Because I'm gonna try and pick this lock if nobody finds a key, like right now.
I can knock it if need be, I think. No, I can't. Never mind.
Well, I get out my lockpick kit, my thieves' tools, and I attempt to pick the lock.
okay.
While he does that, I'm like knocking on the walls to see if any of them seem like they might be not solid.
As far as you can tell from, what you're knocking on, it all seems to be solid stone.
Is this the same room we found the non-detect wand in?
Yes.
While everybody's doing that, I would personally like to cast Detect Secret Doors, which will last for 8 minutes. There's 3 rooms I'd like to split it up between those.
Okay. So Bort, what was your your disabled device?
Oh my god. 35.
That was exactly what you needed.
All-
You unlock the door. Seems to be good to open. You open the door, and inside, you do see a large chamber that looks like the dragon could actually exist in this room at full size. And there are coins strewn across the floor. There's some weapons and armor, and a couple of bolts of silk laying in a corner. But yeah, this definitely looks like the Horde.
I want to go over and take a look at that silk.
I'll join.
Okay. Well, everyone, go ahead and give me perception checks for the room.
You got it.
18.
24.
26.
20.
I got a 12. If anybody wants to hold my hand, that's fine.
All right. Fort, what'd you get?
31.
31. Okay. So, first off, what's his name? Dakuda, with detect secret doors active,
Yeah.
you notice that there is a secret panel on one of the walls, and you open that up, and inside is a case that's maybe 8 inches by 10 inches by about 4 inches tall. Plain wooden case, and yeah, it's in the secret compartment behind a false brick.
Nice.
Bort, with your 31, you find a scroll case sticking out of some of the coins, and there's a bunch of scrolls inside of it
Cool.
that you probably don't know anything about.
I don't.
Yokai, your eyes get caught on the site of jade, which is fairly commonly used as jewelry and adornment in Nokiri. But this seems to be a figurine of a pixie. It's about a foot. Well, it's about a foot long, and it looks like the pixie is in recline, in a state of fear.
Oh, sweet.
And so who is the next highest? Largo with an 18.
Yeah.
I had a 20.
Ah.
Mirak with a 20.
Yay, boo.
You notice, kind of crumpled in the corner, with some copper coins piled on top of it, is actually a set of scale mail armor that is made of copper dragon.
Bit of copper dragonhide.
Yeah.
Okay, I go pick that up.
Largo, you find a pile or like a small satchel of potions
Ah.
in the corner. And there are 5 potions inside that. And then Saruk, you notice the obvious shield that's leaning against the wall.
Yo, check out that sweet shield.
Yeah, everybody saw the shield.
Oh. Well,
Everybody
I'm gonna
went,
go
"That's the
look at-
shield. What else is in here?" And Uhtred and Godric are in I don't know.
Mhm.
Scooping up coins.
Random shit.
How big is this room?
It's about 30 feet by 30 feet. About a 20-foot ceiling. It seems like basically one corner of it has all of the loot and stuff piled up, and you can imagine a dragon the size of the one that you familiar with, kind of curling up and laying on this little hoard here.
Right. And there's no other exits past this one.
Nope, this is it.
Okay. What is in my box?
Okay, so you take the box out of the wall and open it
Yeah.
up. Okay. Roll a save versus disintegration.
I was gonna say, oh, fuck, I should have said.
You open it up, and surprisingly, you take it out. It's fairly light, and you open it up, and inside you see 6 metal bars, which seems strange because this box it feels almost like it's empty.
Nice.
But inside there are 6 metal bars, and I'm gonna say with your experience, you probably recognize that these are pure mithril.
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
So this would be the metal that is alloyed with steel to make armor.
Alloyed with what? Steel.
Yeah, you don't make armor out of pure mithril or pure adamite. You alloy it with steel.
Okay. So this is pure mithril, or this is the alloy?
This is pure. This is pure.
Wow. Do I have any idea how much such a thing's worth?
Appraise.
Yeah.
A lot of money.
23.
From what you've heard, a bar of pure mithril is worth about 1,000 gold.
Okay. Score. But it'd be even better to keep it and use it to be something be made. Like another set of plate mail. Like the Mandalorian. I want to.
Make a real nice shirt out of that.
Yeah.
Won't even have to steal them anymore.
Well, Uhtred, how much of this gold do you think you can carry in your pack?
So I mean, there's a significant amount of coins here.
Mhm.
It's not like mountains and piles. It's it's a small sort of blanket over the floor that looks like the dragon laid on it. But yeah, there's around, just under maybe 2,000 coins of different denominations.
If I can, I'm gonna walk over with my copper dragon scale mail to Bort. I'm gonna say, "This isn't really my style. Does this suit you?"
Looks a little heavy for what I'm into, man.
Does it really?
Doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a little stiff. It's a little
It's
weight.
A little
yeah.
stiff.
Yeah. I need to move around, man. I can't be like, I got this
Nice.
box full of rolled up pieces of paper here. It's a very nice box. I'm not really into this sort of thing. I feel like we should, have a look see at these, but let's get the fuck out of this dragon slayer. Can we get this treasure like in a box, in a crate, in a haversack? And
Yeah, Bort, since you rolled the highest on your perception check,
mhm.
also notice that there is a backpack in the treasure, kind of like sticking out from some of the coins.
Hey.
Hey, Uhtred, you want to grab that backpack?
What's its tensile strength?
Let's start shoveling coins into it.
Okay.
Hey, Saruk, bring that shield that you spotted with your eagle eye over here and use it as a trowel and start.
There's no way I could lift that.
Well,
It's way too heavy.
I believe in you. Here, teamwork. Two weak orcs. Let's start shoveling coins into a backpack.
So
Yeah, I'm shoveling coins into my pockets everywhere I can.
You start shoveling coins into the backpack, and as you're doing that, you realize that like they're jingling as they go in, but you're not feeling the weight of them hit the back of the backpack.
All right.
They're not jingling once they get inside.
I
Is it-
attempt to lift up the backpack off the ground.
Weighs the same whether it's empty or has stuff in it.
Does it feel handy?
Seems pretty handy.
I put this handy backpack on my back and say, fill her up, boys.
It is a handy haversack.
Hell yeah, it
It's
is.
very handy.
Shovel team
All
starts
right.
scooping.
Shovel team 6, let's do it.
There, I'm gonna keep scanning the room for anything interesting and detect magic-ish.
Okay, there's also 12 of these bolts of silk.
Yeah, I wanted to look at those.
They seem to be some of the fine silk that the princess Nisanwe was wearing. Similar quality.
you assume that even in this raw state, prior to being created into actual dresses or what have you, still fairly expensive. The prince said that this is the finest stuff that elves make. So
Yeah. Well, I definitely think we should take this for a number of reasons. So if it fits in the haversack, I would like to put it in a haversack.
these bolts, if you put them all in the main pouch of the haversack, they'll all fit, but that'll be it.
All right. Well, I'll just lash one over my shoulder, kind of like like a back here, one of those. I'll take one with me. Something like I unspool it a little bit, wrap it around, tie it off on one end, and I've got like a sling, and I take that bolt with me.
And I think before we go back to the Nisandwe house with this as evidence, because I'm thinking maybe that's your plan. We should review the journal.
Oh yeah, no. I'm just taking this because worst case scenario, it's just silk we can use or sell. Best case scenario, it's evidence.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Dakuda, go ahead and give me another what do you call it? Appraise check on the silk.
Oh, I rolled a 1.
Okay.
Re-roll that shit.
You just like avoid the textile industry. Fashion was never your thing.
Yeah, I'm not a peacock. I really don't know nothing about that silly stuff. I'm all about utility. Like,
Largo,
Like big arrows.
You do have that, like, what do you call it?
Yeah. I
You're-
don't have a high appraise, but I will attempt. 11.
11.
12.
That is some really nice silk.
Oh, this here, that you should hold on to it, because if nothing else, we can sell it.
I mean, not to mention just in general, if it's in the fucking Dragon's Hoard, it's valuable.
yeah.
It's not going to be in here if it was not valuable.
Well, how much of the silk can we take?
I mean, I don't see why we couldn't lash it around ourselves, like I've done with every character.
You can tie all that shit to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're tying all the silk to Uhtred. He's a pretty silky dwarfy now.
Here you go, Uhtred. You look pretty now. Well,
We make a silk mummy out of him. We wrap him around like a baked potato.
my heart's as full as a baked potato.
When I was looking with the secret doors, did I see anything in the main room that all the symbols and stuff are in?
Nope. Yeah, look, taking a decent look around this place, that secret compartment with the mithril bars in it was the only secret compartment.
Okay.
Dan, did you say there was about 2,000 gold in the Dragon's Hoard?
There's 2,000 pieces.
And coin.
2,000 pieces of gold.
2,000
So-
pieces, 2,000 coins.
Yeah, so how much can we carry between us?
Some of them are silver, some of them are gold, and some of them are platinum.
Okay. Well, shovel them all in this backpack. And let's get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. Let's hit the road.
Let's get
Yeah.
out of here.
Oh,
Are you guys cleaning out the hoard?
probably a
Yeah.
good idea if we can. Yeah.
If possible, I guess.
All right.
do-
I mean, yeah. I mean, basically everything you can lash to Uhtred.
Will that require us to engage with the elves for whatever they were looking for if we take absolutely everything?
No,
No.
we're not going back to the elves. We're going to give this book to our.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We're going to
Nice.
Pentarose for
Yeah.
a special boy's birthday.
I've got an evil stone and a dragon's heart that I've got to give to a nude witch.
Sweet.
Yeah. We're never going back to Solomon.
You guys didn't do anything for his birthday.
Yeah, it's gone. Thanks a lot.
It's a belated birthday. Don't worry about it.
It's just real life.
Much like my birthday.
Mhm.
Much like my birthday. It's
All right.
okay.
Easy, guys. Yeah, I think we grabbed the shit. We hit the roast for Penrose and sorted it out.
It was
when we
2
get
days
home.
ago, and none of you even texted. Everybody texted Bort and happy birthday.
Buddy.
That's true. I didn't
That's
text. I did
because
know.
that's
did know
because
that.
we get emails at work. Trust me, I did not know if I did not see an email.
I
Hey.
knew and I didn't text, and I'm sorry.
I'm sorry,
am
this
sorry.
off subject. Bort, did you notice the change I made to your picture on the e-beer cooler?
What did you do? Did you draw a dick on my face?
I did not.
Okay.
Did you see it, Trevor?
I
It's like-
did, and it is glorious.
It's a tiny little square, paper square on your tongue because you're going.
It's very well done. It's very proportional.
Sorry.
So you guys loot everything in the horde. You pack it all up. You head back out the way you came in.
Did Dakuta find any other secret doors that
Yeah.
would provide us an ulterior exit? Well, yes, we do.
And you head back out, and as you leave through the illusory wall, on the other side, you see down the slope of the hill 2 massive humanoid forms kneeling, and they look up when the sound of you guys, especially Uhtred carrying his massive pack of garbage, comes to the edge of the tunnel, and you see these 2 strangely mutated hill giants. One male that seems especially bulky with thick hide plates growing across its body, and a female that seems to be completely nude, but with 4 arms. And looking up at you and seeing that you are not their green dragon master, they charge to attack. And that's where we'll pick up next week.
Cool.
Oh shit.
Before initiative,
Oh.
I wanted to do one thing, Dan, and that was to stone shape the doorway shut behind us.
Where exactly?
The illusory wall, as we're coming through it, I want to like make that stone. So it's stone and it's illusioned.
That was like a 30-foot diameter circle. I don't think you can shape enough stone for that.
Oh, buddy, I can. I'll work on it. I'll text you later.
I would
Oh,
like to
buddy.
do one thing
Well, I mean,
too.
you're saying you wanted to do that when you walked in?
No, when we're leaving.
Okay.
I would like to just from the way you described it, this isn't going to change anything. But a nature check on these hill giants. The description you gave of them, I know they come in many shapes and sizes, but to me, do they look like there's something odd about them because of these plates and stuff coming off them? And if they look a little overly odd?
Yeah, they don't look right.
Okay,
They do not look like what hill giants look like in your
right.
story.
That's what I meant.
Well, I'll make a major illusion of their boss and have that major illusion tell them to run away. This is none of their business. So we'll see what happens.
Well, don't go spreading that around town.
Man, now I feel like I just somebody spoilered my next
That's
TV
my plan.
show.
It might not work, but that's my plan.
In the next episode, can Largo confuse these guys? Stay
Hopefully.
tuned and we will find out.
Hopefully.
Mirak,
right.
you're muted.
My bad. I was just gonna say that show sounds terrible.
Now I'm on